All right, and welcome back, guys. We're back in Idaho again. Now, what exculpatory evidence exactly do we think was omitted that could have been exculpatory to Brian? Interesting question. I'd like to talk about it today, as well as the alternate suspects list that is going to be presented from the defense. I'm curious about that as well, per se. Another good talking piece there today for us, guys. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Make sure to hit the like button when you come in here. Share this out if you will. I will be dropping the pinned link in the chat here soon for anybody that would like to join us today. That being said, you know the rest. Let's do it. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you. Good to be here. Thank you for joining me tonight. This afternoon, I should say. All right. Let's see. Come on down. Grab a seat, if you will. Get yourselves comfortable. Plenty to talk about. Like I stated before, it was stated in the document that we went through recently that there was very possibly exculpatory evidence being omitted that would be exculpatory to Brian, as it states. I'm curious as to what that could be. And then again, there's a document that was released relating to the alternate suspects, and I'd really like to get into a discussion on that as well. So that's what it's about today. For those of you that just popped in, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate you guys so very much. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button if you will. Share this out if you could. And let everybody know what we're doing in here. Come on down, guys. 68 peeps in the house. 42 likes. Thank you guys so very much for that. And let's see who we got with us today. Welcome back, Miss Stormy and SRBBBBB. Good to see you. Gordon Shumway's in the house. Welcome back to you. Mikey's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Welcome back, Phil. Always a pleasure. Eva A22, thank you for joining us. Justice for Maddie K. Luzana and Ethan, welcome back to you. Summer J, great to see you today. Mr. Girl, always a pleasure. Great to have you back. One Made Nut, what's happening, Eddie? Good to see you, brother. Welcome back to you. Rhode Island Housewife's in the house. Good to see you again today. Echo 444, you too. Moon Lover, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Karen Edith, you too. Raquel, oh well, welcome back. Alicia J, welcome home and welcome back, dear. I'm glad everything's going better now. Great to see you. Under and over it. Welcome back to you, ADHD. Stacy's in the house. Welcome back, Stacy. Demon Dog, you too, my friend. Let me see. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. Tomboy Charm. Where's the bird? I'm used to seeing the bird when you come in. No birds yet. I'm sure I'll get it soon now. Yvonne Poole, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you for that, SRB, as well. Let's see. Make sure I'm not missing anyone up here. Miss Tater's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Taylor. Samira Dalby, welcome back to you. Great to see you. And Kelly Coker as well. Two for Tuesday. That's right. Rissa Roberts, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us today. And of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Thank you for joining us. Love saying that name. Paula Fitzhenry, always a pleasure to see you. RC3, welcome back. Esperanza, hello and welcome back, dear. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Mittens for Kittens is in the house. Wonderful to see you again. You got chicks and no bird. Okay. Gotcha. It's 11 at night here. It is 5:05 p.m. Where are you located, Eve? And of course, Brian, the Bry guys. The Ramblings in the house. Good to see you, Brian. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody in here that blended in. Come on down, guys. Share it out, please, and thank you. Hemisphere, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you, brother. James Moan, good to see you. 405 in the Great Plains. You guys are welcome to list where you guys are tuning in from. I always love seeing that. It's always a pleasure to see that. Let's see. Eve says she's in Northern Europe. Wow. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. I love seeing people coming from all over the world. I love that. That is very cool. Yvette Clifton, welcome. Good afternoon. Great to see you today, James. Moonlight Baby. Come on in, everybody, if you will. 77 peeps in the house. 48 likes. We're getting there. Come on down, y'all. Under and Over says Long Island, New York. That's awesome. Always wanted to go to Long Island. Hastings, East Sussex. Okay. That's pretty awesome too, Echo. In the UK. Over the pond coming to visit us. I love it. Miss Yvonne says it's 407 in Louisiana down there. That's pretty cool. Come on down, guys. Come on in. Brian's going for a 3-gift membership to himself today. There you go. There you go, Stacy. That's great. Moon Lovers out of Virginia. Virginia. I hope you're having good weather down there. All right. Let me see here. Make sure everything is good to go. Suzanne Smith, welcome back. Good to see you today. England. From England. I got a lot of over the ponders in here. Europeans. Love it. I love it. Long Island serial killer, yeah. Mr. Rex Harriman. Lee Summit. Dumpshine, the Dumpshine State. Our Mikey's down in Florida. Brian, hands are bad today. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. I hope it starts to feel better, Brian. Hold on. Come on in, guys. 83 peeps. 53 likes. We're getting there. Just waiting a few minutes for everybody to jump in here before we get rolling. Oh, and there's the mama bear. Good to see you. Of course, in Indiana. You're still dealing with that spider bite, huh, buddy? Crazy. That's what we're gonna. I think that's what we're gonna discuss today, Eve. Because that's what my curiosity is. Who could be on that list that the defense would bring forth? You know what I mean? That would be interesting. I thought it would be a good talking, a very good talking topic. Welcome back, Tippy. Good to see you again. Let me see and make sure I'm not missing anybody. Also in Indiana, got a neighbor, Mama Bear. Let's see. Tomboy. Just east of the depths of hell down in Texas, of course. I bet you it's hot down there today. 90 peeps in the house with 60 likes. Just a few more. Come on, we can do it. I don't know how you feel about promoting other content creators' content, but Pavarotti has a playlist of other suspects. He mentioned Farley. I saw that. I don't know about doing that because I've heard that other people have played his stuff and they've been stricken. So I gotta go easy with that stuff, Hemisphere. But I appreciate it. We can look at him and talk about him possibly. Twizzo, 63 likes. What's up, Twiz? Good to see you, brother. All right, guys, let me pin this over here. Fettuccine. What's happening, Fettuccine? Good to see you. All right, the link is pinned. Thank you, SRB. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Jay Embry, right? Stormy, stormy, stormy. I think I got everybody. I'm sure there's a lot of peeps out there that are just kind of lurking, and I will love having you here. Just please make sure to hit the like button if you could, please, and thank you. I appreciate that very much. We're getting there. 65 likes, 102 peeps. Let's see. Buenos dias, Miss Amy. No worries about being tardy. All right. 102 peeps in the house with 66 likes. We're definitely getting up there. Miss Julianne, welcome. We're getting there. All right, guys, I'm about to kick this up. All right. Welcome, Cockney. Good to see you today. So, as I stated in one of the documents that I read yesterday or the day before, I can't remember which one it was, that Cyray had put out, he very blatantly claimed that there is absolutely evidence being omitted from this case and this documents that is exculpatory to Brian Koberger. That's a pretty serious accusation, I would say. And I'm truly, truly comfortable saying that I cannot believe that man would put his reputation on the line and or his abilities on the line and to say something that like that if it wasn't true. Okay, and that's based on what he has seen. That says a lot to me too. Welcome, musical contestant Dana Renee Cockney Cal. Welcome, 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 all of you. Hold on one moment, folks. The more I hear, the more I doubt the prosecutor. Absolutely. That's beyond. It goes beyond doubt at this point. Just saying, it does. It goes beyond doubt at this point. So let's see here. So my question is, Cy Ray is the one that put this in the affidavit. It came from him stating this, making this statement. Okay. Again, guys, there's a link pinned in the chat. If anybody would like to join me, you're more than welcome to jump up here. So with him making that statement, I'm curious to know, what would that exculpatory evidence be? What do we think that exculpatory evidence could be? And how could that be proven? That's what the talking point was. The one thing I know. Oh Lord, hold on. Absolutely 13. Welcome back. Good to see or welcome. Good to see you. And Elizabeth Wagner, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Musical Contessa, good to see you tonight. The one thing I've noticed on YouTube are the number of comments that are being shut down on me or others. Well, those folks hate Mr. Koberger to the point they delete. See, somebody made a statement earlier about that in the other show we were talking about and said, and I agree with this statement. You'd notice that people that are pro-justice or what people are calling pro-burger are nice to the people that are not, and they're respectful towards them. Okay, but God forbid you say that Brian, or you don't say that Brian's guilty, you get like throttled immediately, and you're a bad person, and you're this, you're that, and everything else. But it doesn't play both directions. It's crazy to me. So yeah, I've noticed that. Pretty crazy stuff. Can I please ask, what is exculpatory evidence? Is it obvious? Exculpatory evidence would be, in layman's terms, basically something exculpatory to Brian Koberger would be something to prove his innocence, to prove that he wasn't there, and however they would categorize it is what it would be. Obvious factual evidence, or evidence that puts someone 100% behind bars, or evidence that the jury must know of. Definitely, I would think the jury must know for sure. It would be exculpatory to Brian, meaning it would prove his innocence per se. And that's very important as far as I'm concerned. If there's something out there that would prove that this person that they have in custody is not the person that did this, that's huge. And if that's the case, that needs to be seen specifically by the jury, but everybody needs to see it, in my opinion. But some of these YouTubers don't like if you were to disagree with them. I've been blocked for it. I've seen it. I've definitely seen it. Yes. Hey, Z's, good to see you. Exculpatory evidence is evidence that proves innocence. Yes. So, Cockney. Anybody decide to join me today or no? Agree. They are vicious. Oh, they are. Isn't Kaylee's phone missing from the scene? Went offline. No one else's did, but wonder if he still tracked it. I'm not sure there. Hmm. And again, I want it to be known, everybody, and I mean everybody's feelings, opinions, and theories are important in here. Whether you think Brian's innocent or guilty, you're not going to be attacked for that. And nor should you attack anybody else because they think opposite of you. It doesn't have to prove innocence. Exculpatory evidence refers to any information that tends to excuse, justify, or absolve a defendant's alleged fault or guilt, essentially favoring the defendant and potentially leading to exoneration. Thank you, Tomboy. Understood. So far, I think he's guilty. I absolutely respect that. I absolutely do. Yep, that's all. We just want you to respect each other and, of course, us. Based on your feelings, you guys need to be able to respect each other's feelings and opinions. That's all. It doesn't happen in a lot of places, though. It's very sad. I think Cyray can prove that BK's phone was not off and where it was. Okay. He definitely can prove where it was, I think, for sure. I think he can also prove that there's a lot of people that think that Brian took his phone somewhere and left it and went back, committed the crime, and came back for it. I think he'll be able to prove that as well. Why, thank you so much. And I'm grateful that you're part of this community, that you have been. So, what is your opinion on why the defense hasn't pushed harder for the exculpatory evidence? Well, I think it's coming. Tippy, I think it's coming soon, very soon. I think that now that, especially now that Cyray's document has been put out there, I think there's going to be a push for some stuff to happen soon, in my opinion. Welcome, walk-in Yin Tonka. Good to have you here. Critical is at welcome. Critical is asking, and see, I like this when we can do this kind of conversating without freaking out on each other. Critical is asking Raquel, what specific evidence, Raquel, do you think points to guilt, in your opinion? Good to see you, Tonka. Welcome, Meg H3. They raised the temperature with Psy for sure. Absolutely, they did. Phil says evidence that provides for the innocence in the matter charge, exculpatory, circumstantial info from a reliable source that implies no responsibility. Direct a picture with defendant. Thank you, Phil. I'm going to have you join me up here one of these days, Phil. Let me see. Let me catch up with the chat here, guys. Don't worry. We're going to get moving here on this conversation soon. Let me see who we got in here. A hoe named Ida. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I would too. I'd love to have Phil join me. I think it would be amazing. Okay. Raquel says car and DNA. Interesting. Those are good answers. But the car, I definitely will argue on that. I'm not comfortable with the car whatsoever, Raquel. I absolutely respect your feelings and thoughts, but I have to argue the car situation is a huge problem for me. It really is. And I can't get comfortable with the car because of the way that it was put out there. That's the first reason. Secondly, I think there's a secondary car that's out driving around because Brian wasn't there that night. He wasn't there. Therefore, in turn, his car wasn't there. I don't think the one that he owns, but there was another car that was in that area driving around that night that I think is the one they should be looking at. That's my opinion. Twiz says exculpatory means tending to clear someone of a charge of fault or guilt, often used in a legal context to describe evidence that supports a defendant's innocence, aka driving south from Pullman, not towards Moscow, is exculpatory at 254. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said what I just said about the car. Shoot. Where'd you go, Raquel? And no, you don't have to. That's the thing. I want everybody to be able to express how they feel in here, okay? And not worry that somebody's going to go at their throat, because I don't want anybody doing that, guys. There's guilty theories that I respect as well, as much as the innocent theories. I understand that. Based on what I'm seeing, though, my biggest issue with this now, Raquel, because I've been on the fence in the middle for the whole time. I have. Some days I've leaned more towards guilt. Some days I've leaned more towards innocence. Okay. Now, the problem now is that with everything we've received recently, document wise, it's basically telling us that the prosecution has lied to us repeatedly. Okay. Repeatedly. Sorry. And that's a big deal. I don't know why. I don't know what the motive is for this, what the end result is supposed to be for that, for lying to the public. You know what I'm saying? But they've blatantly lied on many, many occasions, and that's a huge problem in a death penalty case, okay? So in turn, I can't just say, okay, now that I've learned that they've lied, and just say, accept what they've given us. You know what I'm saying? That's not the way to go in my direction, or with it. That's not the direction to go in my opinion. I'm sorry. Sorry, my brain goes faster than my mouth sometimes. So hold on here. Yeah, I don't ever want anybody to think they can't speak what they think or feel in here. Please don't. Please don't. If anybody attacks you, they'll be gone. It's America, folks. We have the right to our feelings. Well, I think that because I believe he didn't do it alone with someone that was connected to. Okay, that's something I thought a long time ago too, and I'm still thinking that there was more than one person involved in it. At this point, though, I just don't feel that Brian was directly involved. Okay, because there's no connections. That's why I feel the way I do. But no, I can go along with that. I can understand completely, Raquel. Absolutely, that makes sense. Welcome, Ms. Heather or Jack. It wasn't Twiz. Heather, that Twizzle guy did it. Twiz couldn't have done it because he didn't live there then. He lived way on the other side of the country. I don't see how they can prove any of those cars belongs to BK, even if they can prove it is an Elantra. The DNA is unmovable and transfer DNA. Those two things give me reasonable doubt. It's a good point. Very good point, Yvonne. The voice I said, I'm here to help you, I think, is the other perp telling Brian that he's going to help him or vice versa. And that was talked about before. I understand. That's a good thought process because I've heard other people think that too. So I get it. Okay. Eve says the DNA is my issue. Not that it's not his DNA, not that it's planted, but DNA on metal left on an item in a store. Lack of UV regulated temp lasts a long time. Does degrade equals low DNA. Well, DNA on brass specifically, Eve, does not. It does not. It degrades very quickly. And that's what this is on, supposedly, is a brass snap. And that's something we went over almost a year, maybe 2 years ago. I did a whole show from that about that type stuff, and it was crazy. I do, Echo. I remember Sinead. I do too. I hope she's doing all right. She was very distraught over it because she didn't think it was real. I remember when I told her that it was, she wasn't handling it well. Super Goat Gazer, welcome. If they didn't have enough CCTV to identify the car initially, it's going to be hard to use that against him. It's a good point. Very good at point. Yes, it degrades within 8 hours. Thank you, Tomboy. I was trying to think of the exact amount of time. So here's the problem, folks. If this happened, say at 4 a.m., by the time they got to the sheath, any DNA that was on that sheath, if we're to believe the PCA, which I don't anymore, based on what we've been told, if this happened at 4 a.m., by the time they got to that sheath, that DNA would have been degraded. It's gone. So they have to explain how they pulled it then. You know what I mean? There's the problem. And that's something that they're not going to be able to explain, in my opinion. She's from Ireland, but it wasn't Sinead O'Connor. That's just the name she used in here, Heather, with Sinead. Oh, sorry, Brian. Let me see here. Jesse is actually on a business trip. He's in Cambodia, Miss Girl. He's not in Thailand, so he wasn't affected from that, from my understanding. He was in here the other day. I haven't seen him in a couple days. Yeah, that's true. Bill Thompson did say it was irrelevant. That's a good point too, Critical. Welcome, Bobby X. Alicia J. 132 peeps in here, guys, and 89 likes. Please, let's make that hit 100 so we can get in that algorithm, guys. Did he hit on Twitter? Okay, good. Good. Yeah, he said he was on a business trip to Cambodia, so he's not actually in Thailand, but I did put out a word there that I hope everybody's okay in his family. Sorry, under and over. Missy Moo, welcome. Good to see you. Great to see you, Bobby. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Let's see. So, as far as exculpatory evidence, okay, evidence, again, this is coming from Cyray. Evidence that it would be exculpatory to Brian that could show his innocence in this. And Cyray is writing this in the document. This is coming from Cyray. He has seen something that tells him that Brian is not the one that did this per se. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said what he said. That there is information, evidence that is being kept out of the documents, that is being kept away from the case per se, in his own words, that would be exculpatory to Brian. What do you guys think that could be? I'm curious what everybody's thoughts are on that. Coming from Cy, mind you, knowing what he does, okay, for him to make the statement. If there's a reasonable explanation for the same thing, you must side with the defense, right? I'll never look at the knife sheath the same. Thanks, Mikey. Let's see. Absolutely 13 says, I understand that the law is law, but the way things are accepted and discounted doesn't make sense. It seems so primitive. They ignore the evident, but accept the circumstantial. That's a very good statement, absolutely. Because it's factual. And I think it's being done because it rides the narrative. I truly feel that they're okay with it because it's following this narrative that has been built. Here he comes. There he is. What's up, buddy?
I'll jump in here to say hi. Hello, everybody.
Wonderful to have you here, sir. Thank you. I was waiting on you. Good to have
Uh,
you up here. So
Surprising to see nobody
I was shocked.
was taking
I
the link.
I figured there'd be some people up here, but that's okay. Not everybody wants to be number one, I guess. It's okay.
It
Eddie.
really sounds like Cy has the proof that Brian Koberger was nowhere near the crime scene.
Yep. That's my guess.
Also, um, in his affidavit on page 7, you notice he's using such strong language in his last paragraph. He's saying, um, the second to the last sentence reads, it rises to a level beyond a simple miscommunication or oversight and is clear and intentional misrepresentation in the hopes to conceal a much larger issue.
Yep. And that is very confident language, folks, meaning the man is beyond confident in what he's saying, or he wouldn't have said something that strong. Okay. And to me, for somebody to come forth and to represent what he does, to make that strong of a statement, you gotta, anybody's gonna look at you and say in layman's terms, you better have something to back that up, bud, if you're gonna drop something that heavy. I wouldn't imagine he wouldn't if he didn't. Do you see what I'm saying? That's big to me, folks. That's huge. Okay. And that statement that Eddie just read, to conceal something bigger, that's scary to me.
Yeah,
That's
so also in that last closing paragraph, he writes, in my nearly 30 years of working with and for prosecutors all over the United States, I have never witnessed such a deliberate attempt by prosecutors to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. Anyone making such claim would have to believe the court is incapable of reviewing physical evidence in possession of the state and defense.
right there, folks, in black and white. It rises to a level beyond simple miscommunication or oversight. It is a clear and intentional misrepresentation in the hopes to conceal a much larger issue. Those are strong words, folks.
Yeah, he's alluding to the fact that they probably do have evidence of the real perpetrators of this crime. And by the way, the perpetrators of the crime would be like bottom feeders. You don't nab or apprehend the perpetrators and say, case closed. That just begins the investigation of what's behind all this.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I have to absolutely agree. Welcome, Mojo. Uh,
AKA corruption.
and it is. It's absolute. There's no two ways to look at this. And I must say this. If Judge Hippler does not look at this and does not address this, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And that needs to be addressed in itself. Okay. I'm telling you, somebody is not going to come forth and make a statement like this without having something to back it up. They can't. Not in his position. Not with the education and the experience that this man has and the reputation that he has built and the things that he needs to be able to do. You can't make a statement like this without being able to back this up 155%, in my opinion. Okay. That being said, if and when, and I hate that I have to say if and when, I would love to hope that Hitler would just be, it would just be when, okay, addresses this affidavit, this shit's gonna hit the fan. I mean flying fast, folks, big time. Mark and Betty, welcome. Good to see you. Because I'm telling you, this is not just words, folks. This is a real deal. This is calling out the prosecution in the state. Front line, like front line calling them out. What are you covering up? Tell the people what you're doing. What are you lying about? Tell them what you lied about. Who really did this? Show them who did this. That's exactly what this man's saying. Not in my words, but in his. I mean, do you agree or disagree, Eddie?
Oh, totally. Totally agree
It,
with that.
it's a problem, you guys. And like I said, it scares me because if Hitler does disregard this. We got a bigger problem. A way bigger problem. I mean, all you have to do is take into account the professionalism that's behind this, okay? And the fact that this man is not going to throw his life away, because that's what he'd be doing if he was doing this and lying about it, okay? Be throwing his life, his livelihood, everything would be thrown away because this would put him in a hole, period. And they put a lid on him, okay? So to come forward to do this in a case like this, and he's challenging them, basically, is what I'm seeing. Saying, go ahead and tell me I'm lying. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what he's waiting on, is for them to call this and say it's bullshit, and then he's going to throw it at everybody. That's what I think is going to happen here. And it's going to blow the lid off at the top of this. Welcome, Cassie. One plus might be that Hitler doesn't typically hear criminal cases, does he? I think he hears other cases, so that hopefully removes him from the connections. Thompson, Mabbott. I don't think they're linked, but I don't know. I can't be honest. I'd be 100% honest. I don't know. I know that everybody in the Latah County area is linked together. It's just a small area. But I think that Ada County, I think they're separate from that. Don't quote me. I don't know that they all don't know each other. I don't believe they do. Each time they answer, they dig themselves in deeper. I'm curious to see. I'm real curious to see what the state does with this and then what the defense does with this. What's going to happen with Sy's affidavit? Does prosecution respond on paper, or do they take it to trial? I've seen so many people scream BK ping 23 times. That doesn't even exist, Eve. But there's zero evidence of that. He wasn't there. I mean, that's all there is to it. But okay, they can say what they want. They want to say that because that makes them feel better and it fits their narrative. That's fine. I don't know how what's gonna happen with this at this point. I would imagine that the prosecution would, well, first, doesn't Hitler have to respond to this himself first?
That's a good question. I don't know how it goes from here.
I'm not 100. I don't know. Phil, do you know how this would be? I mean, I'm only asking because you've given good answers to other questions like this. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. Hey, Tammy, welcome. Good to see you. All Hitler can do at this point is allow the full Frank's hearing or deny it. But didn't he already deny that?
It's already been denied, the Frank's evidentiary hearing.
That's what I thought. So at that point, you can't go back and allow that, can you? Or wait, couldn't they do an emergency? Oh shit, what's that called? No, that wouldn't relate to this.
This upcoming hearing in April, that would be what we would refer to as a motion in limine hearing.
Motion in limine, yeah. The 9th and 10th. Now, I don't know if this is going to be addressed at that point or not, but what I think is going to happen is that I would imagine that the defense is going to call this out and say, by the way, what's the deal with this, Judge? You know what I'm saying? That's what I think would happen, especially if he doesn't address it as himself. Yeah, the Franks thing is done and over with. They would readdress it then? Can they do that? That would have to be a motion that the defense puts forth then, right? To readdress the Franks based on maybe this information. Is that something that would happen then? Well, Brian, I mean, corruption's obviously not allowed, but this right here is a blatant statement, sir. And I mean, it's a blatant statement of prosecutorial misconduct. Which in turn, if this is charged at prosecutorial misconduct gets cold on this, that dumps the case. As far as I'm concerned, if my understanding, that's it. They could toss the whole case with that. If it's proven, if it's able to be proven, depending on the type of evidence that it is, I think if it's proven, it could toss the case. And I may be wrong, and I'm not saying to quote me on that, but I don't. Well, that's a good question. When it says, "Will Jennings get disbarred?" If there's proof, if there is proof that she absolutely knew, she could be, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I may be wrong on that too, but I believe that if there's absolute proof that she knew 100% what he stated, then I would imagine that she could definitely lose her license. She is incompetent. I agree. I agree, SRB. I'm sorry, but I do. I think she's completely incompetent. Gordon said that this is part of the declaration that Hitler allowed during the 9th because Sy cannot testify. It will be addressed during the MIL hearing because it's part of that. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Gordon. I wish Annie was here. She could probably answer that question. No. I know that I don't want the case tossed. I don't. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying it could get the case tossed, but I want him to go to the trial. I want the whole trial to take place, you guys, because I want the truth to be shown. Period. And I want the incompetence to be shown, and I want the corruption to be shown to the world as it should. And I want him, if it's true that he didn't do this, I think the whole world needs to see the corruption that brought this on, in my opinion. Ask yourselves this one question. If Ellie could not obtain the advanced timing records at all after 7 days, why include them on Koberger's search warrant? Oh, that's a great question, Heather, which we all know that 7-day thing is a bunch of bullshit. Okay? That's a bunch of bullshit, and we know that is. But that's a great question. Stupidity isn't a defense for us citizens. She should be held to a higher standard. You ain't lying about that one. Everybody on that side should be held to a higher standard because to me at this point, Eddie called this, I don't know, 2 years ago when he said that he believed that every bit of this was known then and that everybody was playing their part. Magic 8 Ball. Will Hushy Jennings be disbarred? Outlook is good. That was good. That was good, Stacy. Hey, Josie. Happy April Fool's Day to you. I was going to come in and say to everybody that that's it. I'm done with it. Brian's guilty, but it's not something to joke about, so I didn't. This is probably why Ann quit working for the state. Yeah, well, if she didn't, it would be a good reason too, in my opinion. Everyone in the courtroom, judge, prosecutor's defense, has to be certified for capital case. Okay. This is not anything light either, by the way. This is heavy duty shit here. If this is proven, is what I'm saying. There's going to be a whole lot of people answering to this. A lot. Okay. The thing is that they're going to have to sort out, this is again my opinion. They're going to have to sort and figure out exactly where this starts from and where it ends. Who knows and who doesn't know? Because I said this before. I don't think everybody is involved knowingly. I think that a lot of people were used as pawns in this too. Shoot, guys, give me one quick second. Eddie, please, if you don't mind, I'll be right back.
You guys want me to speak to you? Okay. So in the thumbnail, it asks the question, what exculpatory evidence is omitted? Beyond what we're talking about, you all notice that all the photographs of vehicles do not show a very clear image. Anything that would show like a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra near the crime scene will be omitted, because if it shows a 2011 to 2013 Elantra, that would prove that it's not his car. Now, that might even be given too much credit for the fact that it is even an Elantra in those photographs. It might just be a white sedan that resembles an Elantra, regardless of what the Elantra is. And if they manipulate the photograph to the point where you cannot determine what kind of car it is at all, other than it's white, then notice that that's all they have. So any identifying features of a 2015 Hyundai Elantra will not be in any of the photographs. Also, if there is a 2015 Hyundai Elantra that they do have that is in Washington, away from the crime scene, then the defense won't have that discovery either, because that would put him again where it would be impossible for him to commit the crime. Dago, are you back yet?
Yes, I am. I was just letting you talk, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about as you heard, the photographs that they're using to try to show that he's near the crime scene.
That are very hard to look at and be able to clarify and see what they are. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now it turns out they're resorting to, headlights were seen shining on trees and whatnot. It's getting really ridiculous.
It is beyond ridiculous.
And that is more evidence of a true, real investigation was not even conducted.
And not in my opinion either. I agree with you. They didn't need to, because I don't believe, this is just me again, I don't believe that it needed to be done because they knew what they needed to do. That's it. That's how this looks at this point to me. They had everything they needed. They knew what they needed to do with it. There didn't need to be an investigation. It's all here. We just need to make sure everything goes into play the way it's supposed to. Because as crazy as this sounds, you guys, because I didn't want to accept that in the beginning, and I'm still not comfortable with it. But to me, I don't see anything but that at this point. Sorry, especially not after hearing that there has been evidence purposely omitted from an investigation. Are you kidding me? I have no other way to look now. So,
also, of course, we've long known about the Red Star coffee surveillance that was collected, but where is it?
Where is
Nobody
it?
knows where it's at. The Mundy's Machine, same thing. Wasankari Construction. There's four businesses on Main Street.
There's a lot of things that, for whatever reason, were excluded from this. And things that you can't get your hands on. Nobody can look at the August traffic stop. They will not release that for whatever reason. That makes me wonder. And what he said, the Red Star coffee, you can't get that. All these other things, you can't get any of those things. Those things aren't being seen or released. Why is that? Well, because I believe that those all could be exculpatory to this in some form or fashion, in my opinion.
We've covered this one in the past, but there is a phone interview. There's also in-person interviews, none of them of which were recorded. Now, what would be the purpose to, whether they were recorded or deliberately not recorded, and if they were recorded, the recordings no longer exist. What is the purpose of not having or not recording those interviews?
Well,
and it can only really be one thing, is that something was said during the interview that could be exculpatory.
Absolutely. And they would purposely not be recorded so that they can't ever force them to refer to them, because all they'd have to say is, we don't have them.
Right. It becomes he said, she said. The fact that they will not give those to her, that ties her hands. She cannot bring it up at trial and say, well, they did do this interview, because, well, where's that? Show the exhibit. What are you even talking about? So it's a hopeless situation. She can never speak of it.
Right. Agreed. What's up, Phil? I'm looking up. What did I miss? If they're not relying on the cameras, that means they don't show BK's car taking the alleged route they need him to take to commit the crime. That's a good point. Did I miss something in here? I'm looking. I'm trying to keep up. Hold on. There's many things that Eddie just brought up too. Not to mention what I believe Ray is talking about. There's many things that would be exculpatory to this. Okay. And effort magically, every one of those things is being excluded. Miss Paula's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. I mean, the prosecution is going to have to straight up prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that was his car before I believe it, and the same for pretty much everything. It's all on prosecution. It is absolutely at this point, after everything that we've gotten in those documents, Paula, it's 100% for them to say, I want to see how they're going to explain this is what I want to know. I want to see how they try to explain now what we have seen and heard over the past, month? Alone. Just this little bit of stuff we've gotten over the past month. I want to see you explain that. It makes no sense. We have body cams that were missing purposely. The Pennsylvania body cams, they don't exist from my understanding. Those should have been there, but they weren't. According to them, they don't have to, but why wouldn't you for your own protection? Going back to what Eddie said, why wouldn't you do something like that for, unless you're trying to hide something? The raid on, or not raid, I'm sorry, the warrant being served on Brian's apartment, Don Daniels. There's stuff there that is exculpatory. Okay. In every aspect of this investigation, there's been something that would be exculpatory that's being excluded or that was done wrong. Okay. And that's not mistakes. You don't make that many mistakes in an investigation like this. These things were purposely done in my opinion. Period. That's the only way I'm going to look at it. Sup, Miss Paula. Good to see you. Imagine not having a body cam for a quadruple murder. Exactly. Imagine not having a body cam serving a warrant on a quadruple murder suspect. Not one body cam was worn. I'm calling bullshit. I will guarantee you that they had body cams on, but they're not accessible because they're going to protect themselves over anything else. Okay? I guarantee you. And the FBI was there as well. I promise you they were wearing them. But they will never be accessible, in my opinion. Eve just says that to Critical, the prosecution stated they received evidence of Linda Lane on April 5th of 22. How do they F that up? At this venture, folks, everything that has been done on purpose, in my opinion. I will not ever accept now, from here on out, with any of this, that these were accidents, that this was a whoopsie, that this was not meant to happen. None of it. It's bullshit. No, Josie, in PA, they're not mandated to wear body cams. We looked all that up. It's crazy, I know, but they're not. They don't have to because they didn't have them per se, but I do believe they did. Okay, not to mention the FBI. Again, only to protect themselves in case of a situation, not even to protect him. Themselves. I guarantee you there was somebody wearing them. But they're going to deny. Therefore, it can't be called on if they're saying that they didn't have them. Okay? Same thing Bill Thompson said. Your Honor, we can't do nothing with it if you don't have it. Why don't you have it, Bill? Where is it? Everything's been a lie. It's absolutely insane to me. And I agree with that there are things done on purpose on both sides. But Paula, this is blatant. It's been proven. It's been proven that they blatantly lied about certain things. The things that were lied about, you can't do that. You just can't do that. It's crazy. Welcome, Cher. Pennsylvania themselves didn't have body cams, but the FBI did. That's the problem, Critical. We looked into that too. The FBI absolutely had them, okay? But Pennsylvania themselves didn't get them until last year. We know that. We looked into that. But Still, the FBI was there. I promised they were wearing them, and I guarantee they were turned on. And again, just one more thing. Everything excluded disproves the state's case. Hence, no report, no DNA, no other trees, suspects, vehicles, body cams. They don't have anything that points to any other suspects. Brian was chosen. But the defense definitely has something, and that's the other part of what we're going to talk about today, too. The defense is definitely going to be presenting alternative suspects. And the way that it was explained, I'm going to pull that document back up here. Do you remember what document that was exactly, Eddie? So I don't have to fuddle through all this.
The alternative suspects?
Yeah, I just want to read the way it was written. Let me see here. No, I'll wait for you. I don't want to pull the wrong thing.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to beat you there. Right. Maybe the chat can beat us both. Let's enlist their help too.
Yes, which document was it that they brought up the alternative suspects, everybody? I'm looking now, but give me a second here. I swear it was the 24th or the 26th. Oh, you put it in a bowl. Thank you, Cassie. Hold on. I just looked at this the other day. It wasn't in the wait. It wasn't in Yeah, Tomboy, alternative suspect. Does it say that? I thought it did, but hold on. Perpetrator, not suspect. Perpetrator. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Is there only one? 1 minute here. Okay. I don't think this is the right one. I think there might be another one that has a little bit more verbiage to it. Okay, so yeah, this is a motion. This is not. Consequently, the court should grant the state's motion and enter an order prohibiting the defendant from offering alternative perpetrator evidence or argument without first satisfying the court that such evidence is relevant and admissible under IRE. Of course, they're going to put that in. So this isn't the one that the defense put down. Hold on a minute. I know where I'm looking now. There's that one there. Alternative. This is it down here, I think. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Hold on. Uno momento. All right. Argument. Mr. Koberger has a right to present a full and complete defense for the crimes of which he is accused. State versus Meister, case law 148, Idaho 236, 239, 40, 220p, 3D 1055, 1058, 59, 2009. This right is protected by the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution and made applicable to the state through the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. 148, Idaho 239, 220p, 3D at 1058, citations omitted. Okay. When presenting a full and complete defense of the crimes charged, Mr. Koberger should be given an opportunity to proffer evidence of an alternative perpetrator so that such evidence can be properly evaluated for relevancy and admissibility under Idaho Rules of Evidence ID 148 Idaho 239 220p 3D at 10:58. Citations omitted. The timing of when an offer of proof is made is not clear. In Meister, the Court of Appeals explains that offer of proof was made during trial. Two unpublished opinions provide guidance that the typical timing of an offer of proof is during trial. The state filed a motion in limine to exclude alternative perpetrator evidence, but the court ultimately reserved ruling on the motion and ordered the defense to provide an offer of proof before it engaged in questioning on the issue. The state argues that literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement during the course of the investigation, and that none of these tips were substantiated with the exception of information regarding the defendant. Can you believe that? Anybody here? Absolutely. Can you believe that? That nobody that they looked at even looked remotely, because they didn't even look long enough for me to get this, in my opinion, if they looked at all, to state that, to make that statement, okay? None of these tips out of 45,000 tips were substantiated with the exception of one. That makes no sense. None. There had to have been other people that could have remotely even looked interesting, even in a situation like this. But in my opinion, the fact that they never looked is why. Okay. The state is correct that 45,000 tips have been disclosed and tips continue to come in daily. This case is full of alternative perpetrators. The state has chosen to focus on Mr. Koberger at its own peril. Remember that. Mr. Koberger will produce offers of proof related to many. And there's a part of this statement that really hits me hard. Related to many perpetrators in this case that will meet Idaho Rules of Evidence 401, 402, and 403. Many alternate perpetrators can be connected to the crime. Brian can't, but they can. Many other people could be connected to this. Brian can't. There is no connection with Brian, but there's many other people that could be, and that's what they're going to present from the defense. In conclusion, the court should deny the state's motion in limine alternative perpetrator evidence. Alternatively, the court should reserve ruling. In this motion, Mr. Koberger provides an offer of proof that can be evaluated under the standard for admissibility set out in State versus Meister. Now, what I want to see is when this is provided, when they set forth and when they show proof on this, okay, or proper this, if it's going to even be talked about. Because it feels like at some point that it's going to be just denied without even thinking about it. And I don't like that.
And just remember, I know we keep going over and over this fact, but if you are one that has an opinion that there are more than likely multiple people involved with this crime, keep in mind, then that automatically eliminates Brian Koberger because he cannot be amongst them. I hope that makes sense by now.
It should because he's not connected to any of them. Single source DNA that he gave is all it was. And for him, okay, but that's not what I was trying to say. Anyway, disregard that. Anyway, he is not connected to any of these people, folks. And I have a feeling some of the people that are going to be brought forth as alternative suspects have already been named as being not connected to him. Okay. There's no connection.
Yeah, their work product during this investigation would already show that. And since they're not bringing a case against multiples, they're just bringing it all towards him, then that is what they're going to have to prove. So multiple perpetrators automatically, again, rules him out.
Exactly. And that's why that state's at their own peril. Because what's going to happen then, they basically kick themselves. Okay. Because when this flips over, they have no choice but to provide these other people at that point. Because it's not him. Okay. I know I'm probably not saying this right, what I'm trying to get out. But they've done this to themselves, and it's being called out now. It's caught on, and it's being called out now. Now, show me how you're going to get out of this is what I want to see.
Yeah, and again, you're right when you're picking up on that language and you're identifying it as kind of key phrasing or strong language, because they do it at their own peril. The defense is saying that they're ready to show who really did the crime, and
Yep,
that is going to bring to light things that the state does not want put out there. Trust me.
exactly. Thank you, Mikey. Very much appreciate that, brother. And that's when this is all going to blow up, folks. It's all poof. It's all going to blow up, and I guarantee you, there's going to be names that are going to be brought out that have already been talked about. I guarantee it. Okay. Now, whether they're the ones that did this, but the point that they're trying to make with this, the point they're trying to make with this here is that there's so many other people out here within this circle in Moscow that are close to these people, that have a connection to these people that Brian doesn't. You see what I'm saying? Like there's been no connection proven to him at all. But there's many other people out here that do have it. Just like somebody said in chat, why did they take his DNA? Why did they test him if he wasn't a suspect? Because he was. Okay. These are the people that should have been being looked at. These are the people that, in my opinion, when they come out, and that's why I wanted to talk about these people and this statement that was made in this document, because it's a very important statement. Very strong language, like Eddie said. Very strong language. It's not word salad like most of the rest of this shit. It's real deal. Like this is a thing. Okay. I've seen that critical too. Matthew Moy and Madison Moy. I've seen two names that equal those MMs. I don't know for sure if it's either one, but I have seen them both. Let me see. CA Kane, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, brother. They never asked Brian to give DNA. They just went and raised his parents' garbage. Rated his, yeah. And they very easily could have. You see what I mean? They very easily could have went to him and said, "Hey, can we swab you?" I'm pretty sure he'd have said, "Sure, why not?" I don't think he would have denied it. No, they had to do what they. In my opinion, I'll be honest with you guys. I think Pennsylvania was for looks. Everything that happened in PA, they felt that they did it. They had to do it for looks. They kicked in the doors, the windows. They did all this stuff. They had to do this to make it look good, in my opinion. They could have got Brian before he even left to go back to PA, because I know they were looking at him before that. That's exactly why I believe that the Indiana stops were part of that as well. They could have went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him for a swab. They didn't do it. And I feel like this all had to be played this way for whatever reason. And that's why it had to be done this way. That's my opinion, of course. Why haven't we heard who the DoorDash driver was? Well, whoever the DoorDash driver is MMCA. Based on the document we saw, is MM is whoever the DoorDash driver was. That's how I read it.
Yeah, there's a couple competing theories out there, I think, right now. So that's probably why the confusion on the DoorDash driver's identity.
There are.
Yeah.
Definitely. Welcome, Colleen Pottrell. Wait, what did she just? Someone notified Brian Enton he was on the ground in Pennsylvania. Oh, of course they did. They had to have the world see things. Think about that. Fettuccini said exactly. That's normal procedure. Ask the suspect to join them at the station to talk, and then they normally ask for DNA. Right. They didn't do that on purpose, in my opinion. And I promise you they were watching him at that point. There's been dates put out, and I don't care at this point. I don't think those are the right dates. That they didn't have this or have that or whatever. I don't believe any of that at this point. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe any of this anymore. I don't believe anything. The PCA to me is a piece of garbage. For all you could use it for tinder, for firewood, all like to start a fire for all I care anymore, because none of it, in my opinion, is real. this entire thing is a joke anymore. And it's not funny because this is a real scenario, okay? This is 4 people's lives that were lost. It's not a joke. It's not a game. And the real truth deserves to be brought out as well as justice for these kids. And now we have somebody sitting on death, going to be sitting on death row for this. That's not a joke either. Not even remotely. You can't, people aren't expendable like that, folks. You can't just say, well, let's see, who's it going to be now? Okay, we'll take this guy. He looks good. And just end his life because of covering up something bigger, much bigger, based on what was stated in that one document, in my opinion.
And that's the biggest, I guess if I were to ask like someone who, no matter what, they have to see it that he's guilty, right? The biggest question I would ask a person like that would be, would you feel the same way if that was you or one of your family members that this was being done to? Would you
Thank you.
also feel that this was fair if the shoe was on the other foot and it was happening to you?
Right. Right.
They would be screaming the loudest that this is foul play.
100%. We watched, you were here with us earlier, Eddie. We watched a court TV as much as it sucked. We watched a court TV thing today, okay? And they brought up, they had a couple people on panel Vinny did with him, okay? And the one woman said something really strong to me. They brought up the stupid mask, the mask that he bought a mask in January of the year before this happened. God forbid he bought something that you would wear in the wintertime, that I would wear, that Eddie would wear, that anybody else would wear because it's wintertime. But because he bought that mask, that proves his guilt. Because he bought a knife from Amazon, that proves his guilt. I still haven't seen a receipt, by the way. All of these things, if you pay attention, are coming into effect now. Why do you think that is, everybody? Because Eddie made a statement last week, I think it was sometime, that it's kind of funny how it seems to me, or to him, or to us, that they're pulling together physical evidence now to put on him. If you haven't noticed that, you guys, he bought a mask, he bought a knife. There's other things they're throwing in here because this shit here that's happening, they don't have anything else. So because he bought a mask a year before this, 10 months, almost a year, and because he bought a knife supposedly 8 months before this, what else is it that he bought? Some gloves, 6 months, baby. Did he buy? Oh, and then he also bought Dickies or something. They're putting all that together in their little handbasket, okay? And this is what, in my opinion, they're going to try to use against him because the rest of this shit's bullshit. This is less than circumstantial as far as I'm concerned. Welcome back, Unsolved Cases. Wonderful to see you. From Sonia in the UK. Welcome. Yeah, timing of release. Their main tactic is to influence the jury. Absolutely, I agree with that, David. Let's see here. Divert attention away from the real shit coming out. Thank you. Well, that's what they don't want people to pay attention to this stuff. Don't look at that. Look at this. Every time something else drops, there's something new over here. I'm sick of it. It's such bullshit.
And notice how it's nothing substantial. It's just superficial, such as like his appearance in a selfie.
Yep.
By the way, that photograph has been doctored. The eyebrows were made to look more.
Yeah, because his eyebrows don't look like that. Period, folks.
Filled in. Also, notice his eyes. They're not blue. It's like black.
Yep. And guys, I pointed that out on
retina,
purpose.
but just the not only the pupil, but also the retina of it is black.
Yeah, they made him look different in that picture. I don't care what anybody says. I pointed out his blue eyes to you guys on purpose today when I did in the first show with that stupid mask that he has on. And I showed everybody with him wearing that mask that he has on, that they put on him. The first thing they're trying to point out is his eyebrows. First off, his eyebrows don't even look that bad in that picture. But the first thing I noticed when I looked at that mask or that picture was his eyes, the blue of his eyes, how deep blue they are. That's what I was drawn to before any form of an eyebrow, because his eyebrows, in my opinion, don't look any different than mine do in that picture, okay? Now, when you look at here, in fact, I'll pull it back up again. It's so ridiculous. Hold on. Hold on. Because Brian Koberger, I've looked at his eyes in his face, I don't know how many different times, and he's got very deep blue eyes. They're very not like very visible, okay? Now I want you to tell me what you see now in this picture, and this will tell you exactly what they did with this. What color do you see in this man's eyes? We saw it this morning, folks, and it's in that mask picture, but what color do you see here? Where's the blue? Where'd it go? It's not there, is it? Because that would make him look human. They blackened his eyes, you guys. This has definitely been photoshopped. You can see a very slight hint of it back here, but it's been this has been shopped, period. That is not the color of Brian Koberger's eyes by any means whatsoever, okay? Every bit of this picture has been shopped. I'm sorry, but it has 100%. They whitened him up because he's not that bad, okay? They added coloring to his hair. This is not the color of his hair. 100% not. Where did that picture go? Where was that picture we saw, Eddie? Was that on the give me 1 second. I'll pull up another picture real quick to show you guys something.
And I would have to agree with the color of his skin. They lightened it up.
They absolutely did. Absolutely. Brian is not that white. Okay. Not even, and he's been in prison for how long now, you guys? In jail? He should be lighter than this. No sunlight has this man seen because he's been in jail for how long now? And he's darker. He looks like he got tan compared to this. It's a joke. 1 second here. Look at this picture right here. Look at that, the blue in his eyes. Now, if this man had a mask on and you saw him from 10 feet away, what's the first thing you guys are going to see? If there's anything illuminating his face, you're going to see his eyebrows or his eyes, because those aren't even any more bushy than any other eyebrows I've seen. His eyes, guys, his eyes. The blue in his eyes is what's going to be seen, in my opinion. And that picture that we just saw, none of that blue is there whatsoever. And he's standing, supposedly in that picture, standing underneath a fluorescent light. Don't you think you should see his eyes? Now, you tell me that wasn't doctored. That's disgusting. No way in hell are you going to stand in a room like that. It's a bright room, mind you. Light-colored walls, under a fluorescent light, and you're not going to see the blue of his eyes? You can't, because they colored them in. They made him look darker. And look at the color of his skin right here, as compared to that other picture. This was mugshot, I think, wasn't it? No. This was the secondary. Regardless, the color of his skin is nowhere near. Okay, there's that there. I can't blow. Can I blow that one up? Yeah. Hold on. Look how dark he is compared to that other picture. In all of these, his hair does not have that red tint to it. Okay, and his skin's not that white, and his eyes. Okay, these are a little harder to see because of the lighting, but under a fluorescent light, your eyes should light up blue because that's the color his eyes are. They purposely did that to that stupid ass picture. Look at that. You can tell it's been fucked with. Excuse my language. It just irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah, you guys take any selfies of yourself ever? And if they don't turn out, do you do a retake?
Exactly. That was my point, Alicia. He should definitely not have darker skin after being in jail for this long. No, he should be whiter than this shirt if he's got. I mean, this is ridiculous. They made the man look dead, basically. They're making him look like a monster. Dracula. You can see where the hair was tinted a different color. They lightened his skin. They darkened his eyes. They bushed out the stupid ass eyebrows. This is a joke. They get yard time, but not that damn long. Not long enough to get a suntan, Stormy. You know what I mean? And he's in Idaho, so they don't get a lot of sun, at least in my opinion. No, Paula, this is definitely Doctor. Come on now. I just showed you how many other pictures of him, and look at this one. It's insane. He's not that white, and the picture's so pixelated. It's ridiculous. I mean, come on. He's standing underneath the fluorescent light too, so it should highlight the blue in his eyes, not darken it. That makes no sense to me at all. What'd you say, Tomboy? What's up, AR? Good to see you, buddy. Where is Tomboy? What'd she say? Hold on. Look at the photo of him in the car when he was stopped going to PA. You'll see. Okay. Hang on. Oh,
Yeah, because that happened December 15th. So that will give us a
That's
better
right.
idea of the true complexion of his skin.
Right before he was stopped, right. Or right before he was arrested, I'm sorry. Yeah, that'll show. Exactly. It's a good point. Hold on.
Just a whole, 1 month after the crime.
100%. Okay, hold on here. Let's just watch the video. I have to grab something anyway while it plays, so I'll be right here. Right back. Hold on.
Hello.
How you doing?
How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that.
Well, first and foremost, first thing before he's not anywhere near as white as he was in that picture. Not even close. So there's that first and foremost.
Van pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punched because we're driving for hours.
Days.
Hours to drive. Well,
yeah.
Almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing?
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where?
By the way, the link is pinned in the chat. If anybody else would like to join us, you're welcome to. Thank you. Guys, look at that. I mean, he compared to the picture, the selfie, he looks tan. And he's not even tan. Okay? It's hard to see his eyes, but he's definitely not that white.
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's going to the university, you know what I mean?
So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
His PhD in criminal
Okay. Okay.
You know what else I want to call it on this too? There's a bunch of people I saw that swore up and down that said, "Did you see how nervous Brian was in the Indiana stops videos?" What do you consider nervous, you guys? Because He doesn't seem nervous to me, but if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I don't see that. Eddie, do you see that?
No, in regardless of how he behaves, he's not going to win.
No.
These guilters, they're going to see however they want to see it. How he conducts himself in a courtroom, how he looks during these traffic stops. There's nothing there, but they'll twist it regardless.
They do create it. I do agree with you.
I heard a new one lately. Maybe you're aware of it. But so the order that the judge with the Franks hearing, his rulings, his orders for the motion for Franks and the AT&T and Google and Apple and Amazon and all that, the arrest warrants.
Right.
So we've all been through them, and we know that his order, the way he sees it, is not consistent with the defense and how strong of an argument and how, for lack of better words, how in the right they were. I've heard someone frame that and explain it away as Anne keeps losing. She's not a good attorney. If she would just stop losing and do a better job for her client, then it wouldn't be like this. So it's funny how anything in life can be twisted like that, and it's almost scary because
it is. No matter what's actually going on, people will see it for what they want it to be seen as, and that's how they describe it as well.
Yeah, it's just life in an upside down world. So
yeah, it's a good way to put it too.
If his rulings on these motion for Franks are any indication as to what's to come for the motions in limine, God help us all.
Agreed. Hold on.
Yeah, Anne is building a solid foundation. She's getting it on the record because I think she suspects.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I said this the other day. I at one point was kind of irritated with how many motions I was seeing being put forth by the defense. And I was like, good God, that's a lot. Like, why are we doing so much of this, so on and so forth? And then all this stuff started coming out, and I went, okay, Anne's very smart. Okay, in my opinion, she's very smart. She's a very good attorney. I think she knew this was coming and saw this coming, and this is why she's been putting so many motions forward to get certain things done. Okay, this is my opinion, of course, but I think she saw this and knows certain things. Okay, so yeah,
yep.
This, in my opinion, is absolutely what she should be doing.
And guys, one thing I've learned through all of this is, as much as Brian Koberger is on trial, so are these litigators in the courtroom. They are on trial as well. What is it going to be, 12 to 15 weeks that the jury and these attorneys are going to be in the same room, and the jury, all eyes are going to be on the conduct of the attorneys, how they speak, how they behave, how they react, how calm they are, the way they conduct themselves, whether they're speaking or whether they're not. So the way Anne has been performing, so to speak,
right,
what she has been doing is amazing.
I at this point, yeah,
because the jury gets a sense of all of it. And if she's too, like I've heard people say, she has to tear into that DM and BF, and she has to really tread lightly. If she has to really understand what it is that she wants as a result. What is she after? Maybe she will have to speak to DM and BF. Depends on what she needs them to say. But I also believe that DM and BF have already made their alliance. So she knows that no matter how hard she twists their arm, they're not going to break away from what they're obligated to say, you know.
Right.
So she can't just keep railing on them to try to get them to give it up, because they're not gonna. And she
Right.
knows that already. They're directed to say what they're gonna say. But
Yes,
maybe she'll end up talking to him. Who knows? And maybe she'll be able to get, you know, in a very diplomatic way, them to say what she needs them to say.
right,
But she'll have to be careful about it. You don't want to come across as being hostile to a witness like that.
Oh no, definitely not. No. This is being done very carefully, in my opinion. Very carefully. Not to change the subject, but there was a video put out. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. A couple years back. I didn't. It says that it's the real reason that Brian was stopped in Indiana. Has anybody seen that?
Never.
Let me see something. Okay, I'm gonna play this if you guys don't mind, real quick. I'm just curious. Plus, I want to see what you guys think on this. I have never seen this before, and it seems
Anne is my girl crush. Yeah, she is all that. Anne is, and so is Eliza Massoff too. They're just both.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Eliza's, but I think she's doing what she's doing. She's doing the thing. And Anne, I love Anne. You know that. Everybody knows I love Anne. Period. There's just no two ways around that. But yeah, they are. And I think that Jay Logston was doing a good thing too while he was, you know what I'm saying? So
Sure.
the entire defense team is really, really good together, in my opinion. So this case is probably a nightmare case for any public defender and or anyone that is trying a case like this. Period. It's probably a nightmare. Okay, that's again my opinion, and I wouldn't want to be the person to do it, but I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, with what she's been handed, she was purposely handed all of this. It was a mess, guys. Completely disorganized. That was purposely done. They took their time giving her pieces and parts of this and that and everything else. Absolutely done on purpose. Hoping that certain things won't be found and certain things won't be put together. All of this was done, in my opinion, all on purpose, the way it was. Now that I'm seeing what I'm seeing, if you would have asked me if they did all that 3 months ago, I probably would have said, no, I don't think so. Not anymore. Not anymore. And this is a little off the subject for what we're talking about, guys, but I'm curious about this for 2 reasons, and I just want to see this real quick. It only takes a few minutes to get through this with you. Hey, Jeff, good to see you. Oh yeah, Becca Barlow. Oh, another one. Like I said, the whole team, in my opinion, is very good. So, another discrepancy. Prosecution said specifically he turned his phone off. Reality is, for whatever reason, his phone stopped connecting to towers. Big difference. It is. It absolutely is a big difference. I agree. I don't know if you could hear me. I said, hey, Jeff, I don't know if you see me, bud. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Everybody, be nice, please. And that goes for everybody. I'm not picking out anybody. Everybody be nice to each other, period. All right. Wait, who said they were going to turn horse into glue? What's going on over here, Walt? What'd you do? Be nice to Stacy. I like Stacy's comments. Well, again, that was another thing I pointed out earlier, that there was a meteor shower that was put out by Wazoo. They told the whole school it was going to happen at a certain time in a certain place and that they could see it if they watched. That's never brought into account, though. So let's remember that, okay? Thank you, Alicia, very much, dear. Okay. All right, let's check this out real quick. I know, like I said, I know this is a tidbit off of what we were talking about. I'm interested in this, and I want to see what this is real quick. So I figured, what the hell? Let's do it together. And we'll be back to our point.
To cover a couple of things to establish our timeline. So if we look down here, we can see at the bottom that on November 29th at 12:28 a.m., there was a police officer at Washington State University who queried a white Elantra registered at WSU, Officer Daniel Tiango. As a result of that query, he located the white Elantra with the Pennsylvania license plate. That vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger. Okay, so again, November 29th, they found a connection to the white Elantra that they were looking for. Okay, just 30 minutes later, it appears another officer here, Curtis Whitman, was also looking for a white Elantra, and he found that at Brian's apartment complex and ran that, and also matched that to Brian for the name. So that was 11:29, early morning. So Officer Whitman also took a look at Brian's ID and did notice the bushy eyebrows. So keep in mind, Dylan had reported that the perpetrator had bushy eyebrows, and that was really key, a really key piece of evidence that these officers were looking for. So credit to Dylan for being able to remember that in that traumatic situation. So on November 29th, November 30th, they were making that connection of Brian Koberger to the white Elantra. Now they pulled some records, and it probably took them a little bit of time to do that. November 30th, they knew what they were looking for, so they started matching that up with any past contacts with Brian, and they actually did identify these two contacts that police officers had made with Brian in the months prior to the murder. One of those on August 21st. The interesting thing here that I noticed is it says here that he was detained. Now, typically being detained means you're not free to leave. So I'm under the impression here that Brian was suspicious in some way to the officer, and he was questioned to some extent. The other thing that was very weird to me is that Brian provided his phone number to the police officer. And I mean, I've been stopped before, I've gotten tickets, and I've never had an interaction where I found for some reason to give a police officer my phone number. So that was a little bit strange to me. Let me know what you think about that. Has anybody else out there ever had an interaction with a police officer where you provided that police officer your cell phone number? Maybe it's normal, I don't know, but that was just something that didn't sit right with me just overall in the affidavit. So there was another stop on October 14th. This one's really creepy to me. You can see again, he was also detained. So I'm under the impression that he was being questioned by the officer. Now there was an increase in break-ins and property crime around this time. And so I'm sure officers were patrolling and looking for suspicious people. So I think that's probably how they rolled up on Brian. Now, one creepy thing here is later on in the affidavit, they do mention that they connected this August 21st contact in Moscow to his cell phone ping, but there was no mention of the October 14th ping being talked about. And remember, Brian turns off his cell phone when he commits the crime. And I wonder that if on October 14th, October 13th, 1 month prior to the actual killings, if maybe Brian was planning his crime that evening and had his phone turned off, and that's why they didn't mention a ping on that night. I wonder if maybe his original plan was the night of October 13th, and maybe that was interrupted, or for whatever reason it didn't happen. But I found that date, because it doesn't really say the time here. I don't know if anybody has the time, but I imagine that contact with the police officer was probably late at night or early morning hours. What do you guys think? Do you think maybe Brian was considering committing this crime on October 13th, early morning hours of October 14th? Okay, so again, we know that they know who Brian is, and he's connected to the Elantra on November 30th. I do believe it took a little time to connect everything here. And we can see at the bottom here that the investigators believe that Koberger was still driving the Elantra on December 13th because he was captured on that license plate reader in Loma, Colorado.
There you go.
So at this point, they're looking.
Yes, sir.
So if we pause right there, he just mentioned, now what is the date of this video that we're watching?
This video was put out 2 years ago. It is
okay. I thought so.
Yeah, it's exactly January 9th of 2023. That's why.
So I had you pause there because it
Mhm.
seems old information because,
Oh yeah,
like we all were, he's under the impression that everybody knew as of, I think he called it November 30th, but maybe he meant November 29th. But irregardless,
yeah.
that is something that the state is absolutely denying at this point.
Exactly. And this plays back into that, what Eddie just said. This shows you January of 2023, what even me at some point, what the world was thinking and what most everybody was thinking at some point about this situation as compared to right now. The other reason why we're listening to this, in my opinion, is I want to hear what he has to say about Indiana, truly, because I have some thoughts about Indiana that goes into play with this, okay? And I'll get into that here in a little bit, maybe, but that's why this is being played right now. I was real curious about this. But no, you're very absolutely right, Eddie.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, percent.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yep, absolutely. And yes, Brian, it is.
Looking for Brian, right? They're searching for him. They're trying to find where he is and validate the findings that they have so far. Okay. All they have right now is there's a guy named Brian Koberger who owns a white Elantra, who's been contacted by the police a couple times. He's not coming forward, right? This guy's a suspect, so they're trying to track him down. Now, I don't know what happened. I'm under the assumption he was in, or I've heard that he was, he finished the semester, and I believe that that ended on December 9th. I don't know if he might have gotten out sooner than that. I don't know what he was doing from November 30th to December 9th, but
So stop right there. This is just a reminder, okay? I believe so, Brian. Question. From from November 29th through, let's say, December 13th. What were they doing? Why didn't they bring him in and swab him?
The only thing that would explain that is that they already knew he was innocent, and in order to be able to do what they're doing, framing, you have to be able to do it in a prescribed way so that your investigation of this person is going to withstand examination. So the timing of everything is crucial.
Bingo.
They weren't ready to make moves and do things until certain times and dates. And that is why they never brought him in for questioning.
Now we do know though, Eddie, that I'm going to say from somewhere in between November 29th through December 13th, there was a telephone interview, correct?
There is a telephone interview. We don't know what the date of it is.
That's why I said in between there somewhere. They did that. I'm going to guess.
I would like to guess it was done before the arrest. I mean, when is a interview with the lead detective ever done after the arrest? What would the purpose of that be?
No, not like that, especially.
Calling him where? In jail, he doesn't have his phone in his back pocket.
Right.
I'm sure he doesn't have a phone in the cell that he's in. I'm sure he's already got an attorney appointed to him.
Agreed. With Payne, SRB, with Detective Payne, Brett Payne did a phone interview with him sometime, I'm guessing, in my opinion, between November 30th, November 20th. I'll say the 30th because it was late when they saw that. Anyway, from the 30th to December 13th, at least, I'm going to say somewhere in that realm, there was a phone interview done with him and Payne. I'm going to say that. Not one time did they bring Brian in and swab him. Did they bring him in and take pictures of him? Did they do anything? Interesting. Just remember that.
They hadn't found him or hadn't been able to do anything yet because maybe they were waiting for information. But on December 13th, they knew on 11/30, but on December 13th, they were still looking for him. So here's where we get to that traffic stop. I'm going to show you that video now. Okay, so just to clarify.
All right, let me re-clarify something. I was looking at the chat. Whoever the officer was I was just saying in general, but whoever the officer was that did the phone interview with him. I'm sorry. I don't believe it was Payne per se specifically, but I know that a Moscow officer spoke with him over the phone, I do believe, between those dates somewhere in there is all I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just help you out, Dago, and give you the source on that.
Okay.
It is a Payne interview, and people
I
can
thought
look
it was, but go ahead.
for that in the record. The defense is requesting that on May 4th, 23, in their motion to compel, the first supplemental request for discovery. They're asking for a Brett Payne interrogation.
Okay. There we go.
I'll type it in chat.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I thought it was Payne, but okay.
He was spotted on a license plate reader on December 13th in Loma, Colorado. They're looking for a white Elantra. This stop here took place on December 15th. So they're trying to track down Brian Koberger where they ran this plate on a vehicle. Okay, they still haven't put Brian in the vehicle. It's registered to him, but they're having to piece together things before they're able to move forward with getting the warrant in order to get his DNA. And I'm sure they just want to know where he is, right? Now, the reason I don't believe that this stop was done intentionally or ordered by the FBI is because it doesn't make sense to me that they would risk sending a single officer up to this vehicle with the risk of an encounter. They don't know if Brian has a firearm. Brian's dad is in the vehicle there. So sending an officer to the passenger side window in order to get a look at his hands or to get body cam footage of his hands, to me does not make any sense. I think that that's a very risky thing to do. Now, if anybody is thinking that both of the stops were intentional, that's extremely risky, right? So having two encounters.
And with what he's saying right here, you're going to tell me that there wasn't anybody else on that road following him? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I won't believe that. Not at this extent, no.
With a suspect.
And by the way, they go to the passenger side of the car because it's stand in the middle of the road is stupid on ongoing traffic. They walk to this side. Here in Ohio, they will walk to the passenger side if it's on a main highway like this 100%. I've seen it done many times, so understand that.
Like that on purpose, not knowing if he's armed with another person in the vehicle would be very reckless, in my opinion. And I don't think law enforcement would do that. Keep in mind, we can read a wristwatch from the moon with some cameras. So if they're trying to get a look at Brian's hands and see if he has cuts or if they need to see his hands, they have a lot better cameras out there for that. And on a cross-country trip, there's a lot of opportunities to get a picture of his hands. So again, I don't believe that these stops were in order to get a look at Brian's hands.
Folks, it's been fun, but I was just taking dinner break and got to get back to work. Oh, Miss Paula, I get it. Thank you so much for joining us. It's wonderful to see you today, and I hope to see you again soon. And take it easy doing that cleaning. We'll see you soon.
These two stops were to put Brian in the vehicle and to confirm his ID. They wanted to see an ID, see him driving it. They've got the tags, they've got the registration, but they need him physically in the car.
That's why he believes these Indiana stops happened. Okay. Okay.
They also want to know where he is, right? Okay, so now that was the
now that one I cannot say. They knew where he was. I think the only reason why they did this was because he disappeared for a little while. That whole Colorado thing, and because of where he ended up going, I think they got a little bit concerned because he went a different route than what they believed he was going to go, and that's why I think this happened like this. They were staying on top of him, in my opinion, and that tells you something, guys. They tried to tell us, Eddie, how many times have we heard that they didn't know who Brian was and had no idea who he was until like
December 19th?
Yeah, December 19th. Bullshit. Yeah. Okay? Bullshit. That is bullshit. And I'll call it every time you say it to me. It's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's wrong.
goal of the traffic stops. Now, the reason for the traffic stops were because these officers were on high alert for a white Elantra that had been spotted on a license plate reader on December 13th in Colorado. So I'm pretty sure that the major highways had officers positioned on alert looking for this car. I think that the first officer in the black SUV, i.e. the county officer, saw Brian, and the mission here again is to place this person in the vehicle, get a look at him, get a look at his ID, and say, yeah, this is the guy. And they're planning to track him. I'm pretty sure they know where he's going, and they're going to confirm all of the connections and then proceed with the warrant so that they can go get his.
Okay.
All right, hold.
Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically in real estate. That is SWAT team area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours. We're driving. Well, almost a day.
Okay. So what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah,
something?
there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know if it's
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's told the universe.
There's the ID look there.
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD.
okay.
See, I don't see anything nervous about this at all. That's me. And it's not because I don't want to see it. He doesn't seem nervous to me. If I was somebody that committed a crime like that and I was pulled over, this is the secondary pull, okay? I'd have been freaking out, I would imagine, but he seems fine to me.
And keep in mind, we don't have to spend a whole lot of time trying to.
No, I'm done with this. I just wanted to see what his feelings were on that. That's all.
Yeah, I was going to say trying to say the obvious in response to those who will refuse to see it, no matter how much time you spend on it, and try to have them see it for what it really is. You could look at the WSU pullover and people will say, he's trying to be the smartest man in the room. Look at him trying to get one over.
They have.
And gaslight her.
Oh, dude, I've heard. Well, he's checking her. He's a pervert. He's looking her up and down. He's this.
Yep.
What?
And for us to spend time trying to say no,
it's a waste.
And it's just.
It's a waste.
We'll never achieve that. They're just going to continue to say it. So.
Yep, it is fact.
It's to the point where it becomes a futile effort. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
And
right.
That should tell. That is a tell right there. That's saying that they, at this point, and especially when you watch MSM too, at this point we know that they know the truth. They know he's innocent. At a minimum, they know that he is being misportrayed by what they're saying. They're not that ridiculous. These are very smart people in the mainstream media, these news anchor types that are in front of the camera and speaking all the time. They're not idiots. They're very intelligent. And they're playing it up to such an extreme that is an easy tell.
Sure.
For sure they know he's innocent, and if not, they know that what they're saying is just for the purpose of mischaracterizing him. I believe that they're all being paid to say what they're saying.
Yep. Just like I said this morning, agreed. Everybody that comes on here that puts out anything on MSM, it's their job. It's a paycheck. They are handed a script and they are to read this script, and they are told, you have to read it this way. You need to be this way about it. You need to emphasize this. You need to, that's their job, you guys. That's their job. They get paid for it. So yes, absolutely. I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Some part of me wants to believe that that is like a fallback measure, or maybe that's the primary plan. If this thing does not go to trial, then, well, he'll always be guilty in the eyes of society.
Yep.
I mean, they've achieved their goal in that way, so to speak.
Absolutely.
They'll never look into another, so that's the way it's going to end. It's almost better as if he does go to trial, which is
He needs to.
kind of just as scary.
No, it needs to go to trial. Like I said earlier on in the beginning of the show, it has to go to trial to show the whole world every bit of this. If it's allowed to be played out the way it should be, in my opinion, it needs to be seen. The corruptive side to this needs to be put out for the whole world to see. The bullshit needs to be shown. And they need to be able to show all of this to prove this, in my opinion. So that's my
if it does go to trial, what's scary to me is, I mean, if they're prepared to bring this to trial, then that means that the jury will be fixed.
Well,
they don't take half measures. If they begin something like this, they're going to see it through, and somehow they're going to have the means to see it through.
We'll see. I've never thought of it in that way, but I mean, I can see what you're saying too, because of everything.
Well, you did watch the Delphi trial.
Oh yeah. Well, in that aspect, the jury was purposely there was let me say 60% of the information in the Delphi trial was withheld from the jury, and they stated after the fact that they didn't even know everything.
And that's kind of where we're at in this case too, is with these motions in limine. Depending on how he rules on these, is going to tell us whether or not this jury will be able to see much.
Yep, this is true. And that's why I said that earlier, guys. If we see, depending on how Hitler addresses this document that Cy put out, is going to tell everything, in my opinion. Absolutely, in my opinion, everything that we're going to see at that point. Where was it? I lost that there. Okay.
Well, we began with that photograph where he's really pale. Then we contrasted it with how he looked a month later during the Indiana stops. If that helps you to recall where we're picking up from.
And let me show you guys something that was just thrown out too. It's not brand new, but this is what kills me and it shows proof of the propaganda that they're riding on this. Okay. It's insane. Every news outlet, just about everybody that is covering this or that will cover this, says the same thing. Now watch.
It's the chilling selfie of Brian Kohberger that
Now, right here and there, right at the very beginning of this, the chilling selfie. Is this chilling to you, Eddie?
No, and you'll also probably hear him say that it's a war trophy.
Yep, this is what they do. This is how they drive this propaganda all over. It's insane, but it's backed. Watch.
Prosecutors say he snapped the morning after the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students. His stare is cold, his smile creepy. He's wearing headphones and making a thumbs-up gesture. Court papers say the selfie was taken in a bathroom just 6 hours after the slaughter in 2022. There's speculation that he had just showered to remove potential evidence.
This is perhaps one of the most eerie and chilling parts of this case. It looks like a person who is proud of having done something and who's freshly showered. That is very upsetting, just 6 hours after the murders.
Kohberger has pled not guilty to the murders and faces the death penalty if convicted. The slain student's roommate, Dylan Mortensen, told police she caught a brief glimpse of a stranger in a ski mask. I just remember bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about, she said. Just like Kohberger's in this selfie. But when she saw Brian Kohberger after his arrest, she was unable to identify him. We're also learning more about what the
Well, that's another piece there too. After you saw this picture, I mean, you saw this much of him. Okay. You can't recognize him though. I don't.
two surviving roommates did after realizing something was wrong in the house around 4 a.m. Court documents say they called their parents several times, checked social media, and texted friends. But for some baffling reason, they did not call 911 for nearly 8 hours.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
The just released 911 call captures the moment they discovered the bodies of Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin.
She's not waking up.
And News Nation's Ashley Banfield showed me the kind of knife Kohberger allegedly used in the murders.
This is the exact replica. It's a K-bar knife with the sheath and the snap. They say not only did he buy these two things, that he also bought the knife sharpener.
Now, prosecutors want to show the jury that creepy selfie with that thumbs up gesture and those bushy eyebrows.
Brian Kohberger's trial begins in August. He has pleaded not guilty.
That is nuts. There it is.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Beyond. So
Shameful.
Yeah, at best. At best. You are right, my friend. Oh wait. Uh-oh, what's this? Hold on. Oh, we got a new one. Okay. So I guess we can. How long is this? We could look through this too. All right. And again, the what is the well, that's what this is kind of. Kohberger rips state road. Let's check this out real quick, you guys. See what we got here.
Get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time.
Brian Kohberger's lawyers waging a war of words over his cell phone records as they claim the state has it all wrong when it comes to where he was the night 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. I look at that and other reasons why Kohberger's lawyers claim he couldn't have possibly physically carried out 4 murders in a matter of minutes.
Well, I'll be damned. I don't think I've seen anybody talk about that side of things.
Thanks for joining me. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is...
Mind you, this just came out an hour ago.
Crime Fix. And before we get to the very latest on the Idaho case, I want to tell you about our brand new Law and Crime YouTube membership program. We have 3 levels. Our explanation for cell phone and the record. Lawyers say could make the difference between him going free or possibly being sent to death row. Their beef is all about Brian Kohberger's cell phone and the records. Kohberger's lawyers are also claiming he couldn't have physically carried out 4 murders because of a condition he has. More on that very, very shortly, along with the defense's explanation for some of his behavior that the prosecution has labeled incriminating. You don't want to miss that, and there are other details that Kohberger's lawyers have revealed about the state's case, so stay tuned. But back to that 7 minutes. It has to do with Brian Kohberger's cell phone and a very specific set of records. Kohberger's lawyers are accusing prosecutors of holding back evidence about his cell phone location records, and they're using fighting words in doing so. Kohberger maintains he's innocent and that he didn't murder Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle.
Willard, what's up, buddy? There's a link pinned if you want to join us, bud.
At the house on King Road in November of 2022. The records that Kohberger's lawyers and his cell phone expert want are called timing advance records. Kohberger had an AT&T phone, and his lawyers say those records will accurately pinpoint where his phone was and the direction that he was driving on the night of the murders. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth in court documents about these records. In fact, the state asked Judge Hippler to bar the defense from even mentioning these records during the trial. prosecutor Ashley Jennings wrote, "The state has been advised and will offer documentation and/or testimony that AT&T records are produced by their Global Legal Demand Center, GLDC. AT&T GLDC did not begin producing timing advance records until May of 2023. All records for defendant's phone were obtained from GLDC in December 2022. So that's what prosecutors said back in February. And they claimed that allowing Kohberger to tell the jury that additional evidence could have been provided and wasn't was a mischaracterization. The defense fired back, saying it agreed partially with the prosecutors, but only partially. The lawyers wrote, "The state is misleading the court in its motion by what it leaves out. What the state is not saying is that the timing advance records existed at AT&T in November and December of 2022. The state has to know this to be true because in April of 2024, the state produced the actual records from AT&T and for cell towers and individual timing advance records for 2 of the 4 deceased and 1 for a person who had been a person of interest at the beginning of the investigation, as well as over 3,800 people on the cell tower. These records were from November of 2022 and were produced in discovery to Mr. Kohberger in 2024. Now, there's a bit of a catch here. The defense says the state has these records, but the state says it doesn't. Prosecutors wrote in response, regarding AT&T, before June of 2023, AT&T retained timing advance records for 7 days. These records were not routinely provided in response to legal demand prior to June of 2023. After June of 2023, AT&T started providing these records pursuant to legal demand and began retaining timing advance records for 13 months. This is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? And research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to these outcomes. Morgan & Morgan is stepping in to fight to hold food companies accountable. With decades of experience fighting large corporations, they are ready to stand up for families who deserve justice. If your child under the age of 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease, visit www.forthepeople.com/food or scan the QR code on your screen to learn more. So prosecutors say they don't have these timing advance records because Brian Kohberger wasn't identified as a suspect until December 19th, more than a month after the murders. And at that time, AT&T was only retaining those records for 7 days, not 13 months as they are now. Now, enter Cy Ray, the defense's cell phone expert, who just filed a declaration saying he believes those records are available based on his experience. Ray wrote, "In my nearly 30 years working with and for prosecutors all over the United States, I have never witnessed such a deliberate attempt by prosecutors to mislead the court on evidence in plain sight. Anyone making such a claim would have to believe the court is incapable of reviewing physical evidence in possession of the state and the defense. It rises to a level beyond a simple miscommunication or oversight and is clear and intentional misrepresentation in the hopes to conceal a much larger issue." That sounds really ominous. So why are these records so important? Well, Brian Kohberger's attorneys say these records are more precise in showing a phone's location and will partially corroborate his alibi that he was at a park. And it has to do with what white car was seen on which surveillance cameras and when. Ann Taylor talked about this at a hearing back in January.
In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow.
Ann Taylor claims that Brian Kohberger's car was not going to Moscow and that there was another white Elantra driving around that night. And here she explained another reason why those timing advance records are so important to her case.
They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off the network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to pick a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative.
So at 2:54, Brian Kohberger's phone stops reporting to the network. The prosecution says that's because he turned it off because he was going to go commit a murder. The defense says it just stopped reporting to the network. So there's that 7 minutes that the defense says is so important between 2:47 and 2:54. Ann Taylor claims the state's experts have it all wrong when it comes to where Brian Kohberger's car was traveling. And there's another reason why the defense is upset about the state's cell phone expert. FBI agent Nick Balance analyzed cell towers around the house on King Road and did a drive test that included a 100-meter radius around the house. He's going to testify that Kohberger's phone accessed cell towers within that 100-meter radius on 23 separate occasions between July 9th, 2022 and November 7th, 2022. That was 6 days before the murders. And he looked at the time period between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 100 meters is roughly 328 feet. So Agent Balance is going to testify that Brian Kohberger's cell phone was within 300 feet of the King Road house 23 times over a 4-month period before the murders. Ann Taylor had addressed Kohberger being in Moscow at that hearing back in January.
Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Kohberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person. And they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect.
So to talk about this whole thing about the cell phone records, and then later we're going to talk about Brian Kohberger's OCD and all of these other things the defense says he has, I want to bring in Philip Dubé. He works as court-appointed counsel in California. So a case like this could very well land in his lap. Philip, I want to know what you think right off the bat about this whole issue about Cy Ray, the defense's cell phone expert, claiming that the state has these records. Somebody's got these records, whether it's the FBI or the cops or whomever, and they're just not turning them over. So the state's saying, no, those records weren't available back in 22. It seems kind of like a big mess.
Well, I think there's a difference between having the records and not turning them over and not having them at all. I'm going to give the prosecution the benefit of the doubt. When they say they don't have the records, I take them at their word. They say they don't have them. The real question is, why don't they have them? Did they fail to request them? If they failed to request them, I find it hard to believe that law enforcement did not tell them that they need to have those records or should have those records, because at a minimum, they could exculpate Bryan Kohberger. It is standard practice, particularly in the last 5 years, to get location data, all location data from cell sites, from cell phone companies, to help locate the actual device at the time of a crime. And through a process called, I believe it's called trilateration, they can determine, based on how the radio signal from the base reaches the phone and goes back to the base at the speed of light, where that phone is at all times. They can measure that. I find it a little suspicious that they didn't request it. Now, again, it's not to say that it was done on purpose, but I do think it could constitute a violation of due process. The bigger question, though, is to say why, is to ask why they insist that the records do not exist. Is it they do not exist right now because they let too much time go by to allow for the purgation of those records? Or did they in fact exist, they failed to ask for them, or they were told that they existed and never asked for them? So there's a lot of unanswered questions, and how you resolve it is you bring AT&T into court and you have them testify from their legal department or from one of their records custodians departments.
Well, the state says, they requested them, because there's like emails about this with the FBI, with Nick Balance, the cell phone guru for the FBI, where he told them to request this stuff. So they requested it. The state's saying back then in December of 2022, the retention period was 7 days. Now it's 13 months. We requested Bryan Kohberger's records on December 13th. The homicides happened on November 13th. So the 7 days was up. So therefore we don't have those records because they were gone. But the defense is claiming that the lead investigator testified about this and said he had seen the records. So I think it's very messy. And I think you have a very good idea about bringing AT&T in to say, yeah, we turned them over, or we didn't, or we had them, or they didn't request them. This seems like this could be a pretty simple thing to get to the bottom of.
Yeah, and I'd like to see if the legal department, if specifically their custodian of records, actually received a demand for the records, either by way of subpoena, court order, or search warrant, and whether or not they responded by saying, after a diligent search, we cannot locate these records do not exist. Or alternatively, with a statement under oath in their declaration stating that our retention period is merely 7 days. We are not a perpetual repository of contents of cellular data. We do not have the capacity to store this data.
Exactly, Dan. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I think it's an excuse that was played out based on protocol per se, that they used it for that aspect. That's it. It's bullshit. The FBI can get whatever they want when they want, and that's fact, and we all know that. So I'm sorry, but I just will not play into that. It is good to see you, Dan. Welcome back, brother. It's been a while. I hope you're having a great day, and it's wonderful to have you here.
The question is, did they say it? Did the records in fact exist? And if they did, and the state failed to double down and try to get those records, I think it's outrageous. And frankly, I think at a minimum, they should get a jury instruction with an adverse inference against the state that they're playing games.
Well, we're going to wait and see how it all unfolds, because there's going to be a big hearing next week on April 9th, where they're going to hash all of this out. So let's move on now to the other big piece of this whole cell phone thing. And they're saying, the defense is saying basically that the cell phone analysis of Nick Balance shouldn't be allowed. He is saying that Bryan Kohberger's phone was within a football field of the King Road house on 23 occasions between July and November. of 2022. So Ann Taylor had said in an earlier hearing that that phone, he was in Moscow, but that phone was never stationary at that house. So he was not stalking anybody in the house or anything like that. But this Nick Balance is going to testify. He did these drive tests. He did all of this analysis, and that phone was within 100 meters of that King Road house. Ann Taylor says this shouldn't be allowed. He hasn't disclosed his methodology. We don't know how he reached these conclusions, etc. Your thoughts on that? Because that seems like a really, really bad fact for the defense if his phone is that close to the house 23 times.
Yeah, and all the more reason for needing and wanting that timing advanced data, because that would resolve it. Now, having said that, I think the reason why this is a critical issue for the defense is because if they have proof that he was within, let's say, 100 meters of the house on 23 separate occasions, unannounced, uninvited, it certainly raises the specter of him casing the place, and that this was premeditated and long thought out way before the murders. So what they need to do is they need to get their own expert. They need to get their own expert, such as Cy Ray, to take the stand and talk about margins of error, meaning just because the state says that he was within 100 meters doesn't mean it's true. If the margin of error can show that maybe he was a third of a mile away, a quarter of a mile away, or a half a mile away, that is not proof of casing. That is not proof of just sort of staking out the property. It just means you're in the vicinity, you know? And I think that in the end, it could become a battle of the experts, but all the more reason why the defense needs that data.
Nick Balance, Terry, was the FBI agent that was working on this. I've talked about him a few times. You may not have been in here, but yeah. Well, even back then, though, Terry, you're here all the time. Yeah, that's the FBI agent that they had working on this side of things.
Let's move on now to all of these issues that Bryan Kohberger has. The state does not want any neuropsychological evidence introduced at trial. They filed a motion saying no dice. The defense says, no, we should be able to tell the jury that he has autism spectrum disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and something else called developmental coordination disorder. I want to start with the autism stuff. And they say they should be able to tell the jury about this because of the way he looks and the way that he acts. And so I want to put something up on the screen where it talks about his flat affect. The defense says, for example, he does not show emotion on his face. He has a flat affect. He sits very still and holds his hands in the same position. He has a piercing stare. He does not show expected reactions. Facial expressions do not reflect what he is feeling. He has stiffened body posture. He has prosody in speech, uses repetitive phrases and large words, and has developmental dexterity problems. I mean, does that matter? Can't they just coach him even if he's got some issues because he has this level 1 autism spectrum disorder? Can't they work with him, Philip? I'm playing devil's advocate here. Or is it really that bad that they may not be able to help address these things?
Well, it's a great question. In other words, does it matter? Is really sort of a layperson's way of asking, is it relevant? And the legal definition of relevance is that a fact or some offer of proof has a tendency and reason to prove or disprove a disputed fact, meaning one of the elements of murder or an element of their defense. If their defense is he didn't do it, then his awkwardness, how he sits, how he fidgets, how he stares, how he does selfies and all that kind of stuff doesn't prove or disprove a disputed fact. Where it may come in handy, and it will come in.
Sorry, Mama Bear, if you're in here, can you check Discord, ma'am, please? And thank you.
In handy is in the penalty phase. So assuming he is convicted in the guilt phase, that is excellent evidence in the penalty phase is mitigation to hopefully spare his life. But I don't see the judge allowing that in. I would be very surprised. Again, it's only because they're not putting on it some type of ASD defense. If they are, they're essentially admitting guilt. By doing that, you're saying, look, my client did it, but give him a break. You know, he's not morally reprehensible because he's a victim of Mother Nature. He was born on the ASD spectrum. It is not his fault. It's not his mother's fault. It's just sort of one of the burdens that is borne by society. And it's a tough sell. In fact, it never would sell.
All right, let's move on to the obsessive compulsive disorder. They say he's totally OCD. I want to put this other, passage up on the screen. Mr. Kohlberger has sleep difficulties and subsequently developed a habit of night driving or running to decompress, such behaviors being present most of his life. He also engages in frequent compulsive hand washing. He wears gloves to avoid germs, has a fear of things getting into his eyes. He changes his shower curtain frequently to avoid exposure to mold and avoids anything he views as contaminating. If the state elicits testimony at trial related to these types of facts that are used to build circumstantially the elements of the crime or show Mr. Kohlberger's actions as reflecting his state of mind or other elements of the crime, he will refute that evidence through expert testimony as behaviors related to his OCD and his ASD. And then they go on to mention the fact that Brian Kohlberger was putting his garbage at the house in Pennsylvania when he was arrested. He was putting his garbage in baggies and he was wearing gloves. And the state's going to say he was doing that so he wouldn't leave his DNA anywhere. And the defense is like, no, he's OCD. He just does this stuff.
Then I think it's well taken, to be honest. Remember, they're introducing evidence against him, evidence of guilt. And remember, the definition of relevance is, does the offer of proof have a tendency and reason to prove or disprove a disputed fact? If the fact is it's all premeditation, he's using gloves, he's trying to conceal the evidence, he's trying to prevent detection of evidence, but you can refute that and counter it by showing, no, that's not what he's doing. He's a germaphobe. He gets creeped out by microorganisms. That's just how he lives. He swaps out a shower curtain regularly. He doesn't shake hands with a bare hand. He doesn't touch doorknobs. He doesn't even like opening up his own garbage can. And if he does, he wears gloves or he has a napkin in his hand. I think that is fair game to rebut it. Otherwise, it just leaves it out in the open that he's trying to go undetected. So I think that should come into that purpose. But I don't think either side should be able to mention it in their opening statement. It should only become an issue once the prosecution intends to introduce that evidence. Unless and until they do, then the defense's ability to rebut it legally is irrelevant. You have to wait until it becomes relevant.
And next, they say he has developmental coordination disorder. Let's put this other slide up on the screen. It says the state has disclosed evidence that law enforcement will testify they did test runs at 1122 King Road and that it is possible to commit 4 homicides in a time frame of only minutes, including walking to and from a car and removing clothing that would be covered in blood. So they think that he took bloody clothes off. That's going to be part of the state's theory, and then got in his car and drove away. Then they then continue to write, it will be relevant for the jury to know that Mr. Kohlberger has a developmental coordination disorder that impacts his fine motor dexterity and visual motor functions. Such speed and coordination are not possible for him. So they're saying basically, Philip, he can't go into a house and kill a bunch of college kids who are drunk, heavily intoxicated, with a huge knife because he's got this dexterity disorder, developmental coordination disorder.
You see how they're not saying it? It has a name. They know what it's called, but they're not saying it because that's the whole thing there, because you're playing it down by not giving it a title.
Well, if the prosecution is going to introduce evidence that he did have, in fact, the ability to do this within that time frame, that limited time frame, then really what they're trying to do is offer up a reenactment. And reenactments, either through testimony or demonstrations, have to be a fair, accurate, reasonable depiction of what really occurred. You can't just have somebody come in and just do a recreation without any specific facts. So, for example, if the person who's doing the reenactment had met with Mr. Kohlberger and garnered information from him, had him walk about, had him do his own sample walks back and forth, circle around, then there is a basis, a reasonable scientific basis to suggest that their depiction is fair, accurate, and reliable. But otherwise, I think it has a tendency to mislead the jury. Jurors are hung up on junk science. They really are. And someone takes a stand and says, oh, he has the right build. He has the right stature. He can do this. He has the right weight, the height. He has the bushy brows. Look at the length of his arms. Look at the fact that he had that scabbard through Amazon, and just try to tie in all these nuggets to suggest that he had the physical wherewithal to do it, I think is junk science. That's my own opinion. So in response, the defense has to be able to counter it. If they're not allowed to counter it, the judge shouldn't even let it in to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, that seems fair. The state counters by saying, well, yeah, he used to have these issues in the past, and it had to do with him not being able to tie a shoe and then bad handwriting and stuff like that. They also, Philip, the defense did scans of his brain, and they said, this show.
I'm really glad to hear this guy saying these things, you guys. How many people have we seen? Like, nobody that has said stuff like this until like today and that one we watched this morning. I mean, it's fact. He just said it. All of these things that they're trying to tie together, it's junk science. Prove it. And Willie just made a statement in the chat. Brian was diagnosed with this dyspraxia when he was a kid. His family, the defense is going to pull his medical records. I can promise you that. Okay. And they will show that this is an ongoing thing. And I promise you, there's no way in hell that the prosecution can disgrade that. They can say it's not important. It's a fact. It's a fact, folks. It's a fact. So, sorry, I'm kind of worked up because I'm kind of grateful to see that there's somebody that's actually putting, stating the obvious and bringing out facts and stuff like that instead of this bullshit that we've been seeing. So, anyway.
Shows this is not like a mental health thing. This is more like he's got some structural issues in his brain. So, but I think that's more mitigation evidence than anything.
It's not hard, Anjanette. Neurological. Say that. Okay.
Philip, thank you so much for coming on. As always, I appreciate your time.
Thank you again.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette.
Okay.
Yeah, so notice how they never talk about the important things, that there's unknown male B and unknown male D.
Of course not.
In the house. Blood in the house and in a glove.
No, because that will play out of that will draw you away from the narrative, Eddie. You know that. Okay.
That's right.
That's exactly why. There he is. I was wondering. Welcome back.
Hey, gentlemen. I don't want to like hop up too early and Eddie have a panic attack. So I was like, I'll let Eddie up there for like an hour. I'm just fucking around, bro.
You're good. You're good. Did you
How
hear
y'all
Eddie?
doing?
Good. Good.
Yeah.
I was grateful to see that. I was absolutely grateful to finally see somebody that has a law degree.
Yeah.
Say.
Oh, he's actually a lawyer?
Yeah, that dude's an attorney. Yeah.
Dude, I'd probably, if I had the money, I'd probably bet like 10 grand he's a film director, at least part-time, or just does it like on the side.
Does what?
He's a film director.
A funeral. Oh, yeah. He's got the look. He does that. He has the look for real.
The guy had an urn on his, that was not a vase. That was an urn to his right. Cause I worked at a damn funeral home. So I know what they look like.
He could be. He looks like a damn vampire.
He looked exactly.
Yeah, he looks like a vampire. I agree with that. But yeah, as an attorney to come out and make a statement and say, hey, this is junk science. This is what they're doing. This is why they're doing it. It's about damn time. Somebody's saying something. Okay. And she, is still trying to play the game.
Yeah, like she's wild, dude.
Unbelievable. She's playing dumb. And like I said,
but there have been other cases that people have brought this stuff to light. Like, this isn't the first time anybody's like bringing this information about.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed. Yep. Agreed.
So why is she acting like this is like their first time ever hearing a defense put something like this on? Like, that's what pisses me off.
If that's what they have to do, Willie, this is their paycheck. You cannot go off this script, Anjanette. You, Brian Enton or Vinnie Politan, you have to read this way, and you have to be in support of the prosecution. That's how it works.
Cool. That's so weird.
It's ridiculous, but that's how this shit works, dude. We've seen it.
I know. I know, but at least with the Karen retrial though, like it was like 50-50. You know, they reported people, you know, talking not good about Karen. They were interviewing Turtle Boy all the time. This, that, and the third. Brian gets nothing.
Well, I think now that there's actually been documents that have been put forth and brought out that's stating that the prosecution's lying to the world, I'm curious to see how they play this now. I want to see how they're going to play.
But you got to
this
understand,
narrative.
the town of Canton all basically like that's the town supporting Karen. This, you're not going to have the town, I'm assuming, supporting Brian in that area. So it would kind of be tough. It would have to be like outsiders, I'm assuming. I don't know, dude.
It's opposing. You're the same. It's the same thing. The town of Moscow, the state of Idaho, is supporting the prosecution in this because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's insane. Go ahead, Eddie.
You know, the only thing that would require the defense to think it's necessary, the prosecution to think it's necessary to have this unscientific experiment, which attempts to demonstrate that one lone perpetrator could perform the crime, is that the defendant is truly innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've all heard the saying, "Thou doth protest too much."
Yeah.
Same thing here. If he really did it, they would have the evidence to be able to prove that.
Yeah. Dude, listen, if he went to go, he didn't have a criminal record, right?
Right.
No.
So to be honest, if Brian really wanted to plan the perfect crime with his, just what he knows, what he teaches, and probably the instruments and tools that he has available to him to hide all his cloud shit and stuff like that, where we wouldn't even know, you know, it'd show him all the way in a different state, for Christ's sakes. You know, at least here, you know, he didn't try to cover any of that. Cy's able to pick him up where he was at, right? But if Brian really wanted to, dude, and you're going to walk into a house like that, possibly outnumbered, you're going to use a gun. Because a gun you can control somebody from the opposite side of, you know, the room. You know what I mean? Like, you tell somebody to do something from 10, 20 feet away, they're going to stop and do it. But with a knife, that's it just.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to make this statement real quick. If Brian Koberger, let me say this real fast.
He could have bought a gun with a silencer, is basically my point.
Oh, well, no, of course. But with what you're saying, with what we've seen, with now they're trying to throw this physical evidence into the mix here, okay? If he would have premeditated this 10 months before the murders happened by buying the dumbass mask and the knife 8 months beforehand and all this, if he truly, in my opinion, would have premeditated this whole thing and planned it out over a year ahead of time, I guarantee you we would have no idea who he was right now.
No idea, dude.
Nope. I do not believe any mistakes like this would have been made. None.
No, especially no. Hell no.
They teach more. I hate to say this, but it's a fact.
Yeah.
They teach more on flipping Law and Order. People watch this shit every day.
Yeah.
What not to do, okay? And the guy's got degrees falling out of his ears. The mistakes would not have been made. I'm telling you.
And the number one rule is basically don't leave anything of yours behind. And he's taking a selfie as in his subconscious mind. Well, not, so I don't know, you know, if I'm saying it right, but in his, like in the back of his mind, he knows that, you know, that sheath to his knife that he's had since, you know, many, many months that he was, you know, maybe connected to, because I don't know how OCD works, but people tell me, like, you know, they get connected to stuff that he just didn't give a shit that the sheath was laying 10 minutes away from him.
That's another good point, Eddie. Thank you. And I'm going to say, if that picture, that stupid ass Photoshop picture that we've been looking at was right, and they're saying that that's proof, he wouldn't have been smiling doing this because he fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
If that was true, he screwed up a big, sorry for the language, but he did. He
would have been freaking out.
That wouldn't have been this. Okay. So
no, he would have been pacing back and forth. He would have been, you know.
Yes. Thank you.
So I don't know.
Well, let's see. He worries about contamination. Would that not also mean that he wouldn't drive his own car? Thank you.
And somebody asked below, they said, where did he park? Has anybody gave us a definite position on where his car was? Or are we just all going to assume he parked behind the house? Because
it wasn't there. I know that Brian's car wasn't there, but in that hearing that we heard pop up that stated that there was another car. I've been saying there was another car. I promise
Really?
you there was another car. That is the car that they need to be looking at, not this one.
Okay, well, especially if they have it on camera.
Thank
I don't
you.
know. I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that he parked out in front. So
There is another white car, maybe even an Elantra that had 3 to 4 people in it, in my opinion, that was driving around that area that night, that I would imagine is who needs to be looked at, not this. Okay.
3, 4 people. Yeah. Hell yeah.
That's my opinion. I'm not saying that's a factual statement, guys, so don't take it for that. But I am telling you, in my mind, and it has been there for a long time, there is another white Elantra that was driving around that neighborhood that night.
Well, let me ask you too this. Do you guys, just from the basic fact of when they wrote the warrant, okay, so they would have written the warrant for his apartment after the PCA, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So at that point, they already have a sheath and a supposedly no knife. So my question is, why would they specifically put on the search warrant for his apartment to look for a sheath, but not for the K-bar? Why are they trying to find another sheath in his home?
And that's a good
I'm
question.
sorry, his apartment, not his home, his apartment.
You mean the replacement? Is that what you're talking about?
No. When they wrote the warrant out for his apartment, it basically said on there that they're looking for like another sheath.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember reading that, but
I need to pull up the Pullman documents. I don't think I have.
Well, I mean, people have talked about it for a while, but
right.
To me, that just tells me that, okay, well, then there's another weapon that they were trying to find the sheath to that they thought was in his apartment. So that part is what tells me, because I can't trust what this family says, that family says, this person says there's that many stab wounds. I don't know for a fact, but what I do know is what the police were looking for. And if they're looking for another sheath and they already have a sheath, that tells me there's at least those weapons. Maybe trace. Who knows?
Right.
No, Dago, we just talked about that Pullman warrant return the other night. It was it was in the record at one point, I believe, because we all went over it back in the day. It's dated the 17th of January, 23.
Didn't we have to pull it though from
someone who had it?
We did. It's not in the Idaho stuff because it's Pullman, of course, but
right, it's not in the court record anymore.
Well, somebody says that makes sense to them. Does that make sense to you guys? Why they would be looking for another sheath?
I mean, if they're trying to say that he bought another one, maybe, but
but they wouldn't know. Well, hold on a second. Wouldn't it take time? Didn't it take some time for them to get his Amazon records back before they wrote that warrant for his apartment?
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't know.
So then they wouldn't even know about the replacement.
Well, then again, think about how this is all going down, Willie. This is being played out in a how can I explain?
They didn't put K-bar though, so that's I don't know.
Right. I think I know what Dago's trying to say. You're trying to have it make sense, like in a right side up world.
Right.
But that's not the way this went. Yeah, because I always call it. There's two set of facts in this case.
I still give the state some kind of benefit, dude, but I shouldn't.
Oh, of course not. Not anymore. We can't, Willie. I mean, I've been doing that through this whole thing. I've been trying. And I just, like I said the other day, at this point now, everything that I see that comes from the state, I'm going to consider it a lie. Because why would it be? Why would it be any different now?
Yeah.
And like Twiz said, that they wouldn't know that, Willie, till after the Amazon warrant.
And I'm telling you right now, dude, nobody can ever call you a pro bird or anything like that, because you've given the state the most slack I've seen anybody. So
I'm just saying, I tried, but at this point, no. Yeah. It's done. I've lost all of it. They have lied about everything. Okay, everything we've been told has turned into a lie, and I'm just at this point, I don't believe anything they're saying. And I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. I tried to see how this man could be guilty of this, and at this point,
it's not even physically possible.
No.
That's wild
He
part.
wasn't there, Willie. He wasn't there. There's
That,
that first
yeah,
and foremost. Okay, number
that's
one.
yeah.
Everything else they've showed us is completely backwards.
Mhm.
And it's
guys, I'm going to
yeah,
interject this because it's along the same line, and
yeah.
I think it's high time that it gets said, and that is there is this misconception that's almost universally accepted, where the reason for this, the reason for the investigation is to preserve the financial security of the college town, because that is like
Mhm.
the economic heartbeat of that city, and
Yeah,
it drives everything.
right.
And although the end byproduct of that surely has that secondary effect, to solve this crime, in other words, that is, quickly, it's gonna set everybody at ease and make them think that it's safe. But they'd be very pleased if you go on believing that was the reason for the financial security of the town. But this is more sinister.
Oh, this is deeper. Yeah.
And it has to do with corruption and the need for it to be covered up at all costs. They'd have you believe that they played like fast and loose with the IGG by looking into databases they shouldn't have. And that's the reason why they don't, want to show their hand, so to speak, or give the trail of how they did this. But in reality, they're drawing your attention away.
Of course. Yeah.
And being diverted from the fact that it was never his DNA on the sheath to begin with.
I mean, at this point, that's agreeable. That's agreeable.
Dude, just that simple fact of there's blood DNA and 2 other blood DNA sources that they just disregarded. Just that in itself, looking into every other case, no detectives have ever done that unless, they were straight up trying to frame somebody.
Well,
so
yeah,
I just don't see a way around that part of it, man. And if I'm a guilter, I'm looking at that like, even if you think Brian did it, okay, fine. Now, let's worry about them proving it in court. That's what really matters.
And with what Eddie just said, when they came forth, when I got the information that they never even physically sent the sheath off, they sent a swab off.
Mm-hmm.
I was done with the sheath right there.
But the first time, didn't they get nothing or something?
Twice.
What?
If I'm correct, am I wrong, Eddie? It was twice they tried it and they got nothing, and they finally got when Othram got a hold of it with that swab is when they finally pulled this. Am I right or am I wrong?
Let's see. Othram received the DNA on the 22nd of November, and let's see. Let me refer to my notes here. They were told to stop working on the 10th of December.
Yeah.
And that is because Othram made a recommendation, and that is that there were 4 brothers of interest in this investigation.
Right.
And on the stand, Mr. Gamet, he could not recall the last name of the 4 brothers when testifying.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Surprise. Just surprise.
That's what it feels like. It feels like I don't know. I don't think Bethany or Dylan had anything to do as far as like involved with like the crime, but in my opinion, they know who was.
That's where I'm at with it anymore. Or if they know about.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
They have an idea. Yeah. That's just my opinion. Just because of how many people they contacted. Sorry, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. They would know those the identity of those 2 unknown male B and D.
In my opinion, yes.
Especially when you think about it, the one I believe blood on the handrail was on the 2nd floor going down to the 1st floor, and now we know that Dylan ran down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. So you're telling me at some point there was somebody bleeding or bloody on the 1st floor where Bethany and Dylan were? That's a little crazy.
Well, you know what all the guilters are saying, that's probably old. That was from something else that happened.
Dude, listen, I don't have any blood in my house. Like if I looked around my house, there's no blood anywhere. Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming because we don't have 100 different or 1,000 different sources of touch DNA here, that they only swabbed areas they thought were relevant as far as like for the crime, not everywhere.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. In my opinion, I agree. The blood that blood on the handrail is from that night. That's all.
Because then in
there is.
that case, why would they pull the one latent shoe print in front of Dylan's door that was obviously naked to the human eye at first, and not pull it like the rest of the house is flooring, as far as you know what I mean? To get another.
Yeah.
You're telling me there's one print. There's not prints going away from that print or another print next to that. There's just one print is what you got. No, I'm not buying it, dude. Sorry.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense to me either.
That was to corroborate her story of seeing somebody.
Isn't there also, I believe there's also 2 unknown male DNAs in Maddie Mogan's fingernail clippings.
I believe, yes. Or at least one that was unknown that Brian is absolutely excluded from as well. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I got that document. Mr. Kohlberger has disclosed that through further independent laboratory testing, he is eliminated as a contributor to item 13.1.
Yep. So back to what we're talking about in the title, and alternate suspects. Who did those DNAs belong to? Cole is one of them that was underneath the nails. Who's the other one? I think they know.
I didn't know a lot.
I think they know who that belongs to.
This might be beating a dead horse, but that's why MSM is having all these ridiculous panel guests and talking about this nonsense to distract the conversation from all this relevant information that's been coming out lately.
Of course.
They have to keep the narrative on track, Eddie. They have to keep it. The propaganda has to keep coming out. They have to keep it guilty. They have to keep him the bad guy. They have to keep that going because all of this stuff opposing that is dropping and people are going left and right. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep that steam engine rolling.
But then if he's found innocent, to be the first ones to want to have him on the show to talk about,
Absolutely.
You know, it's disgusting.
How does it feel, Brian? We always supported you.
Yeah, F them.
Absolutely.
That's how they do it, man.
Yeah, and that's why watching that with that guy in there was something that was big time to me because I have not seen anybody else come forth and say the things that he said. I mean, other than that woman from earlier that said, you know, you're going to have to show me more than a mask and the knife. I mean, it's fact. They're making this. They're putting all these physical things out there now. The knife and the mask, and next it's going to be a pair of shoes or something stupid or who knows. I'm making a joke, but
think about that though. Anything you buy in your daily life now can be used against you a year, 2, 3 years from now for a crime that they can say that you premeditated. That's that's a little crazy.
That's how it looks, bro. That's how it looks.
That's insanity.
And if that's the case, then anyone could have transferred materials to the sheath, including the sheath. Thank you. As soon as they said it was a swab, I was done. I banked on the sheath a little bit. I was still leaning on that, thinking about it. Okay, it's bugging me. It's bugging me. As soon as I heard that it was a swab set and not the sheath, I was over that. That was it for me. I was done with it. And Anne has stated intently that the sheath was placed.
Yeah. And why haven't we seen any past pictures or videos of any kind of search teams that were looking along this so-called route Payne drew that Brian took? How come we didn't see any search teams looking for the murder weapon or anything that Brian could have disposed of? How come we didn't see any of that? Oh,
I don't know. Twiz, I mean, you know of any search teams that were out there looking down along that route?
You see anybody walking, a bunch of people walking around looking for a murder weapon on his route that they know?
Did you hear of anybody doing that? I know he didn't move out there till after the fact, but still, he knows people out there and he's been around there for a while now. I mean, what do you think about that route, by the way, too, Twiz? Do you think they actually went and searched that route looking for anything?
Payne was probably like, yo, I bullshitted the map. Don't even bother.
Right. they couldn't follow his map. David Bird said.
See, that's the giveaway of a false investigation. You don't spend time looking down an avenue when you already know the truth.
And they didn't. That's the thing. There
Like,
was
what's going on
okay.
with
Balance
the-
didn't do anything. That's true. Balance didn't do anything. Twiz just said we also don't know the route. AT or Ann Taylor said the map changed a lot after the drive test and shit.
That's what I'm saying. Is the
right?
They wouldn't even know where to look.
There we go.
Well, maybe they do, and maybe that explains Monday's machine video and Wasankari construction surveillance video. That none of this has been turned over. The Red Star Coffee. What? How come none of that down in that area of town?
Yeah, I'm just telling you right now, dude. If they bring a mask, if the state brings a mask that they found at Brian's, like, home or whatever, that, was just in one of his drawers, and they're like, this is the mask that he could have worn, I'm going to have a big problem. Because anybody knows, dude, if you commit a crime and you're going to get rid of the weapon, you usually get rid of everything, right? You get rid of whatever the hell you were wearing, burn it, bury it, put it at the bottom of the river. Who gives a shit?
Yep.
But he's gonna make me believe that he held on to the mask he used that night, and they found that in his home in December. Get the hell out of here.
You put it in the back of your Hyundai Elantra and you drive it home with you.
Yeah, right. The bloody mask.
Sure, that happened, right? Well, it's part of his kill kit. Remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, he's so smart, though.
Phil says, "Are you ready to look into what I've been saying since the audio release? I saw a man in their house last night. You'd be the first to." Okay, tell me, Phil. Explain it. Explain it to me in layman's terms, not Phil terms, so I understand completely what you're saying. Moscow, LA couldn't find their ass with both hands in the. I can agree with that. Again, I'm telling you, I don't believe that they're all involved in the way that they know what they're doing.
What do you mean? I saw a man in his house last night. What does that mean?
The audio, the 911 audio, I think she's talking about, and I want her to explain to me. Sometimes Bill talks.
But that was the neighbor talking, and she said they saw somebody in the house last night because they were screaming it to her.
She said that's what the neighbor said. Hold on a minute. Yeah, it was based on what they were saying to the girl. Hold on a minute.
Phil, you're killing me.
I listened to that one multiple times, but hold on a minute here.
No, the lady pauses, and it's because you hear the girls in the back, like, and we saw the guy, or telling her, like, what to kind of relay to the dispatcher, and that's why she says, oh, by the way, and they saw a guy in the house last night. She wasn't even going to make that point until the roommates brought it up.
Right. Motoman MX, thank you for that. If the mask they found in BK's thing was related to the crime, would there not be hair, DNA, blood on said mask?
Who knows? Apparently he's good at cleaning everything.
Yeah, yes, there would.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. You're not going to get every little hair and piece of skin.
Why not? He got it out of his car.
Bullshit. No, he didn't.
Listen, I'm playing, somebody got to play the devil's advocate here.
You're playing the game. I get it, dude. I get it. All right, hold on a minute, Phil.
So there's a classic example of, you can tell that right there Willie was being sarcastic. You can hear it in his voice.
Of course.
So same way, using that same logic, these mainstream media, when they're up there talking, what's coming out of their mouth, you know that they're not being serious.
Oh, no.
It's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's because, I know, you could tell they're reading off a script.
100%. Mods, please put Jeff's link in the chat. I'm going to use Jeff's because it's completely...
God help us.
But yeah, put his link in the chat, guys, please, and thank you. And thank you, MotoMax, for the super chat. I appreciate that very much. Okay, here we go. Phil.
5 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2000.
Hold on, I keep forgetting to do this every time.
Quick question, or just real quick. How come we don't hear the audio before the dispatcher answers?
What do you mean?
Like when I watch other documentaries and stuff, and they play the 911 call, there's like a lot of chatter as the dial tone's going, and then the dispatcher answers. So it basically, like, when you dial 911, it starts recording right away. But
They
Yes,
don't.
it does. Thanks for bringing that up.
That I was. They cut that part off, Willie.
Oh, okay.
They don't have.
This is
They
a
don't
genuine
have.
question because I don't know.
Yeah, they don't have the initial dial in. Okay, which is interesting too. Good point.
Gotcha.
Very good.
1022. 911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
What'd you say?
Oh no, I got to mute. I was talking to somebody.
Oh, okay.
Emergency.
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What? 3731.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
Okay, Phil. That's the part right there where she says that, and then whoever, I guess it's Dylan, is in the background tell her about the person we saw in the house. Is that what you're talking about? That part right there.
Yeah, so notice the document that this is relevant to,
right?
It highlights the word they. It says, no, we saw. After that prompt, EA told dispatch about the man that they saw. So I think EA is talking about BF and DM both saw.
Right. They saw. Yeah, they, as in they.
Yes.
They, not she. They.
Right.
Yeah, but okay. So play the last 10 seconds again, because before this statement, the last statement is I'm curious about, because she says it in a way.
Well, Phil says, and I saw. Okay. Hold on. Let me back it up.
Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around. And are you with the patient?
Man in their house last night. Yeah.
Don't be scared. Rewind the damn thing.
What'd you say?
I said, don't be scared. Rewind the damn thing.
Me?
Yeah, you went back like 2 seconds.
I don't want to go back too far. That's all. I keep clipping it, but.
Well, no, because like I said, the statement about being drunk and stuff. How she says that is kind of odd.
I do.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Right there. So who told her this? This is a neighbor on the phone right now.
That's what I said. That's what I said the other day when we listened to this. How do you know? I mean, I'm sure they told her. They talked to her and told her whatever they told her. You know, she was doing this or whatever, and we think she's passed out. But how do you know unless you seen something or this is a thought.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the very beginning, and I said this to me the other day too, like Dan just said, the very beginning, she's crying like crazy. Okay. And we think something happened in the house. What does that have to do with somebody being passed out? These are two different things.
Especially when a dispatcher's hearing that you're in a college town, people are passed out drunk all the time. I guess my big question is, how did law enforcement get there so damn fast from the point of this dispatcher realizing it's not just somebody being passed out drunk, that there's something more sinister going on, to then like 30 seconds to a minute later, boom, there's an officer there already.
We slowed this down the other night in the Discord. Me and some of the moderators were listening to this. And a couple of them pointed some things out on this, that it was stated that there is and this has been looked into, 911 call centers, they use either a keyboard or a foot pedal. Okay. And what they do, they depress the foot pedal if they're talking, and then release it when they're done. Now, there's not supposed to be any distractions around the 911 operators. They're not supposed to have radios going or any of this other stuff. They have their own little cubicles so that nothing distracts from their calls. Okay. And it was pointed out in this call that you can hear before she says she's dispatching someone there, a radio in the background. What sounds like police radio in the background. Okay. Now that's one thing. Two, the amount of time it took for this officer to get to the call was in seconds. It was counted out to be within seconds.
And he must have already had a conversation with them, or had to been listening in on the call, because he confirms with them that they have a defibrillator.
Right. That's what I mean. But yes.
That's correct. Yeah. That doesn't, unless their response time is a minute, well then hell. That tells me that the roommates could have been saved, or the victims could have been saved if somebody would have called 911. If the response time is literally 60 seconds.
And it would have been what I said before. If she'd have picked the phone up and called when she heard whatever she heard, they could have interacted with the crime and stopped it, per se.
Yeah, I mean, they probably did. Yeah, or at least got somebody driving away. I mean, listen, if the response time we're seeing here is a minute and it's a Saturday night, and the cops are probably busy on a Saturday night, they're out. And we know they were out because we saw body cam.
Right. The response time from, if it's right, that was counted out was 24 seconds.
What?
That's very highly abnormal, Willie. If I'm just saying, it is what it is.
Bro, if that cop wasn't sitting around the block waiting, then I don't know what to tell anybody.
My wife said, was he sitting in the driveway? Because that's how fast he was there. So
no, his cruiser should show what. No. I think somebody summoned them there beforehand because of what was going on the lawn. I don't know, man. Something's off here.
100%. Now, to go back to what Phil, I don't understand what you said.
24 seconds.
I've heard that the police were there before the call. That's what we're saying. Now, you said I haven't analyzed that point. I'm not quite sure what you're pointing out, Phil.
So what is that? Is it an officer telling them to call dispatch so it's on record?
That's a possibility. But if that's the case, why are you saying these things to dispatch when why didn't they put the officer on the phone?
Why does any of that matter when people are inside?
Why didn't he radio in? It didn't need to be on record. That's the problem.
Okay? I'm saying, like, as this woman's like telling them how to do, like ask them if they know how to do CPR and get a respirator, all that kind of shit. All that could have been done the whole time they were on the phone with dispatch. And you're telling me the cops is standing there waiting until they call it in? Like, that'd be wild, dude. If that's what
many other people also have pointed something out too. And I'm gonna say, I'll give this the benefit of the doubt. People have said, "Do you hear any sirens in the background?" No, I don't. But it's also been labeled as someone passed out. If they're close, law enforcement are close, they're not going to run lights and sirens if they're right there.
Yeah, they never roll up like that anyway.
But an ambulance in the background should be being heard coming.
Yeah, you would think an ambulance would be there first rather than the law enforcement for somebody that's passed out, right?
Well, yeah, but law enforcement responded or was there, okay, because they were that close. Okay, the neighbor said, I saw a man in their house last night. Why would... That's not what she said, though, Phil. She said, and... Hold on, let me play that back. I was getting ready to do that. Hold on.
We just listened to it.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night.
Right there. And they saw some... It says it right on the screen.
Yeah. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Right. That's what she said, because that's what they're saying in the background for her to reiterate. Yeah. That's what they're saying, Phil. Is that what you're hearing? Where do you hear something different then? Because that's what
he's saying that he's hearing, and I saw some man.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night.
But you can hear the Dylan and Bethany kind of tell her to say it.
That is not what I hear. I mean, it says it on the screen, words too, but hold on.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night.
And they saw some man in their house last night. I mean, that's what I hear.
Yeah, I don't know.
And right, that's what I thought.
Well, what does the transcript say? Or is that not in the? Is that not?
I don't think I've
Was
seen.
that not put out?
I remember the beginning of it. I'll have to go back and pull it and read it. But
yeah, I think she said they.
Yeah, I hear they too, not I.
Yeah, because she wasn't going to make that point until somebody told her to.
Sure, she didn't even bring that up, right? Okay, hold on though. I want to play this and listen in the background for sirens. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Now, from my understanding, from what I understand that I was told, as this call is being made, they're all right here. In this vicinity right here. Okay? That's my understanding. Whether that's true or not, don't quote me. That's my understanding.
Gotcha.
Am I absolutely crazy to think that typically when you go to a house full of unalived folks, you immediately detain the living adults? Also, there's just to be safe and consider them your prime. Absolutely, Dan. And they did not separate them from anybody. They let them all mingle within the other people there. They all stayed in a hotel that night together, most of the other people.
Yeah, why not? No wonder why Dylan's story changed the next day.
And then the day after that. And then the day after that. On four interviews. Yeah. Anyway,
it all makes sense now.
Let me keep playing this. Yes.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, we gotta go check.
We gotta go check. Shit.
Where's the dog at? Why isn't the dog barking right now with all those people there?
Well, they're looking at a body right now, and they're asking them. They're trying to confer with each other. They're in the moment, looking at the body, asking each other, "Is she passed out?"
Right. Not even all the blood around her. Is she dead?
Well, which we're gonna assume that she's face down because you can't see the wounds.
Well, then I don't want to hear. Well, then I don't want to hear she was stabbed 40 freaking times. Then because you stab somebody 40 times, I don't care if they're face down, face up. No matter what, they're gonna bleed.
Well, here's another thing too. That if this is somebody that's passed out, why are you calling before verifying that that's the fact? Did you go in there? Did you not go in there and knock on the door? Did you not? No.
Isn't this the whole reason they summoned people over? Did
right? And the first thing she says is something happened and it's happening in our house.
So why did they have to go check again?
Right.
To see if she woke up or not? Come on.
This is stupid. There was not enough time for them to go inside and check. I mean, they were in the house all night though, Phil. So
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, but if they were standing right where you just said, I mean, there's time to walk right in and walk right out and check that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially if there's a cop there. That's probably why they're doing while they're both playing the show, because there's a cop there. And yeah, okay. It's all coming together for me.
This is really wild to me. This is really wild. I'll be honest.
This is not authentic. This is all scripted. So don't try to make too much sense of it.
It's absolutely insane. It really is. And I'm gonna tell you right now that the whispering in the background while in between these things is really bothering me. That really, really bothers me. Okay,
especially if there's a cop there.
I'm just okay. As soon as I want you guys to listen to, right when she says she's gonna dispatch somebody to help you, listen to what you hear within that same moment.
What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Right there. Did you hear that? It
No, I
sounds
heard.
like
I heard Hunter in the background a couple seconds beforehand yelling "Xana, Xana."
Okay, right. But I want you to listen to what sounds like radio traffic. Right as she says, "I'm getting someone to send help to you." Listen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
What the hell was that?
That, to me, from my experience, sounds like radio traffic. Now, from my understanding with this, okay, there were calls made, and they asked about different things. And typically, a 911 operator, like I said, has a foot pedal or a keyboard that they push buttons to get to talk and to listen. You push the button or push the pedal to talk. You depress it to speak, and then you release it when you're done. There should be no other noise coming from anywhere.
Yeah, because that would distract. Yeah,
it absolutely does. That's why they don't have that. And I hear.
Oh, it's definitely that's definitely a radio.
A radio, and I said this earlier, unless there's which I don't believe there is, a scanner in the house or something next to where they're standing. It makes no sense other than there being a damn radio there.
Well, no, because at that point she'd be either in the kitchen or on the back patio there.
And I hear it twice. I hear that first time, and then I hear what sounds like another officer responding, talked about too on a radio traffic. So hold on.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Right there, somebody. That was an officer.
Time. Yep, that's the first time. Now listen.
The hell was that?
46. Where's it coming from? Tell me.
Oh boy.
46. 46 and 47 are the two that responded. Those were the call numbers. Okay. That was twice. How is he there when she said she's getting ready to send something's not right? There is something wrong with this.
We got him.
Did you hear it, Eddie?
Yeah. And I caught something else too. I don't want to overanalyze this silly business, but so
I do.
We're all right. Someone is right down there. You're in that position. You're gonna go. You got the 911 on your phone, and they directed you to check on the person. So you're walking there, and this unconscious supposedly person is sitting, or that they're positioned right down just there. So you go over right down just there, and then you do something. You perform some action, right? And then you report back to the 911 operator. She's not waking up. So my question is what did you do? I mean, you didn't just ask that person that's just right down there nicely.
Well, it sounded like she went back inside, and I mean, this is what it sounds like. It sounds like, but I'm trying to figure out how Ethan's trying to do it. Is he shrugging her? Is he like nudging her to wake up? Because I hear him yelling, "Xana, Xana." So it does sound like they walk back in the house, and Ethan's sitting there trying to get Xana awake. I mean, I heard that right after. Did you hear that?
Well, yeah, I heard someone saying Xana. Absolutely.
Because I can hear the echo is kind of like from when she goes from outside to inside, and I'm assuming she saw him trying to wake her. But like you said, dude, this is all a show. So
right, so Dago, you're a first responder. You walk in that room, and you got the 911, and then you do something to this unconscious person.
Too many
names. Then you tell 911 that they're not waking up. So what is it that the normal person would do? You don't just stand at a distance and ask the person nicely if they will wake up for you, please, right? You did something physical to them.
You reach down and you touch them, you check their pulse, you shake them, move them around a little bit to see what happens. Yeah.
I don't care who you are. That's what you did.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no talk of blood or murder or anything like that.
No,
but do you notice there's also no talk of Ethan? That's Hunter's best friend, isn't it?
Yeah, they say his name. You can hear him say his name, and then you hear her name, and then it's quiet for a minute, and they're whispering and this and that, and then you hear "get out, get out, get out." So
Ethan and Xana were both visible, and no blood was mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
What is happening?
What I would have expected on this call. Let me give you my expectation on this. If this is real, okay. When they say we need to go check, we'll go from that point forward, from here to that point, or that point forward from here. Okay. They go in the house, and I don't believe this at all that nobody checked, but I'm just saying they go in the house, they go in there, they start knocking on the door, yelling the name, so on and so forth. They get inside the door, and they do what Eddie said. You know, you make a movement, you perform an action, so on and so forth. As soon as that door was opened, in my opinion, you would see a disaster, okay? A horrible disaster, and react immediately. Yes. And we would have heard that on the phone. That didn't happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
In a real situation like that, you wouldn't have to go. Yeah.
That would have provoked an immediate reaction. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You're not really trying to wake them up at that point.
No. And for what we were told, for how
I didn't hear her yell, Xana, Xana.
There was nothing. Get out, get out, get out. That's all we heard. There was no reaction to what was seen. And that makes sense. If we're to believe what we saw, the amount of blood there would have had to have been for it to leak out into the foundation outside of the house from her bedroom, which is right here. Okay.
That's what I mean. It's 8 hours of bleeding out.
Right. That's why
I don't know when bleeding out stops, but you know what I mean.
I don't know, Twiz. I didn't hear that, but I mean, if you did, I broke it down. But let me try that again. But I just heard Ethan, Xana, and then get out, get out. That's what I heard, but I don't know. I may be wrong. Mind you, there's the radio traffic again. That's right next to where she's standing, obviously, to pick it up.
Yes, heard it.
Oh my God.
Clear.
%0 chance that's the dispatcher, because you don't hear her calling out to the officers. So no way that's her radio.
Nope.
And I'm telling you right now, the reason I have a problem with the cop being there right now is because he's not securing the scene. He's letting people go in and out and around.
Wait a minute, though. I'll tell you why I have a problem with that in a second here. Hold on.
Poor Kaylee.
Yeah. I didn't hear a scream, Ethan or Twiz. I didn't hear. I just heard Xana, Ethan, and then get out, get out, get out. Now hold on, listen.
What?
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
We got units en route.
Thank you. There we go.
I even heard what they said.
So 3 times now. There's been radio traffic. Okay, hold on.
I can't believe nobody picked up on this.
Well, we went through this last night, or not last night, but a couple nights ago. There was like 4 of us in there listening to this slowly. Yeah.
Nikes.
Hang on.
Yes, 20 here.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I'm.
Whoa. I got a problem right now.
Okay.
Get out, get out, get out. She gets out. Now Hunter's on the phone?
Well, I think they all went out, and he took the phone she handed the phone to him.
So you're saying okay. So you're saying Hunter told her to get out and followed her outside?
The way it sounds is that they all saw what they saw and they ran out of the house.
So
That's
at the exact moment that the dispatcher asked her to go inside and check, Hunter hasn't already discovered this?
That's what that was. When he went in there, he's calling out to
Dude,
them.
we're 3 minutes in.
I'm just saying.
No. That's somebody else in the house, bro.
Oh, I don't know. Welcome, Signal 66. You don't have to keep your
Hey,
I can see it now. All right.
I mean, what's up?
What's up,
I mean,
buddy?
I usually leave it up. I mean, I don't know why.
Oh, if you're all right with it, I'm just letting you know you don't have to. That's all. All right, real quick. Let me finish this up and then we'll discuss. Welcome though. Thank you for joining us. Hold on. Now, you heard the radio traffic in the background, Willie and Eddie both, and well, everybody for that matter. But now listen here in a second, Willie.
4 different people.
Hey, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
What the hell?
Now, hold on 1 second.
That's me. Alright. Delon needs you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to him. They need you to talk to him.
Hello. Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
No. Oh, hell no.
Okay.
She was just told she wasn't breathing, dude.
And that's when they acknowledge that there's an officer there then. At that point, he's here now. Okay?
No.
But rewind it just a bit to when she first says
I heard
that
enough.
she's not breathing.
Okay.
You guys ever see the George Floyd video?
Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's crazy. What did you guys conclude with that one?
That's off topic.
Yeah, it's definitely a mess, but definitely off topic. I agree. It's a mess though. All right, hold on.
So you would say it's not conclusive? So would you say it's not conclusive?
I would say it's not relevant to Idaho.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
That's
a fair point, but that's still not. I mean,
I know what you're saying. I get what you're
if
saying.
I could ask the question, if I could.
What's that?
No, I was saying I understand that's not germane to the conversation, but just I could ask the question.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and watch the video, break it down, all kinds of shit.
Once we get through this, we can talk about it for a second. Hold on.
We're talking about George Floyd Twizzle Stick, but yes, onwards.
Stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Hey, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
That 911 dispatcher would typically want to guide them to give chest compressions and artificial respiration, I believe, right?
Absolutely.
We got to wait for a defibrillator.
At that point. They would start.
Humans are incompetent.
But why would she ask a bunch of? It's like, what person just has a defibrillator in their house?
I mean, it is a thing now, but not as common.
Someone at risk. At risk. Maybe they have someone in their house that has some sort of risk for heart attacks. I don't know.
She just found out the person was 20. So she obviously knows she's talking to kids. This lady's a dispatcher for a college town, and she's asking them if they have a damn defibrillator. No, how about you teach them how to start doing CPR on a woman that's not breathing?
You got so many people on the phone.
Well, the defibrillator and CPR are 2 separate things.
That's what I'm saying. Why is she saying to get a defibrillator?
That's what I'm trying to make point of right now. Typically, on any calls I've ever been on, responding to, the first thing they say, okay, we need you to start life-saving techniques now, okay? Lack of a better term. But anyway, do you know CPR? That's what the first thing they ask right out of the gate. Do you know how to do CPR? Yes or no? They didn't ask that question. Do you have a defibrillator? I've never heard that happen before, but that's me. Okay. Maybe it's a new thing because a lot of people do have them, but that's the first thing they ask. Do you know CPR? We need you to start life-saving techniques now.
Right. Did they vomit? You know, they're drunk. Did they throw up? Did they choke? What's going on?
I have no idea.
She's like, get the defibrillator. What the hell? Shock her heart right away.
I mean,
Crazy.
that's a problem. But hold. Okay, let me finish the call then.
Becky, Delon needs you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to him. They need you to talk to him.
Hello. Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
8-second response time.
They're here now.
No, well, not to mention you hear a radio traffic in the background the whole time, but okay.
Oh yeah, the whole time. But that's an 8-second response time. Where'd you get 27?
Well, I'm just saying based on what she said. I think she had already dispatched per se and just didn't say it to him.
Yeah, but I don't know, man.
It's
usually if somebody's passed out and people are saying on the phone they're passed out drunk, nobody's saying anything of blood or a crime or nothing. I mean, just what I've seen and from family members I have that have called 911, they send a damn ambulance. Cops never just show up.
That's another thing. Does anybody hear ambulance sirens in the background?
No.
No, not even in the distance.
They're standing outside.
This whole thing is wrong.
And I know I'm being sarcastic here, but poor Kaylee. What's going on with Kaylee now? What happened to her? Was she passed out drunk too?
Yeah, what's Ethan? Is Ethan drunk too?
Why would you say that if you don't know? Thank you.
I mean, they were on the third floor.
Right, nobody was answering, so they're all passed out drunk. You know, that's probably what they want.
One thing I will give this, okay, if this town is what I think it is, they have volunteer firefighters and EMTs. That may take some time to get somebody to the station, to get the vehicle responding. That could be why we don't hear it until the very end. That could be why also law enforcement shows up first, because that has happened in other places that I know.
Yeah.
Because they know
they're probably paid. They're probably paid pretty well for an 8-second response time.
Though, why am I hearing radio traffic before we get anywhere with the call?
Because there was a cop there the whole time.
That's what it sounds like. And why is this? Well, I'm not going to ask why. We already know why. But anyway, I don't play into conspiracy shit, guys, but this is bullshit, and I'm hearing what I'm hearing.
How is it conspiracy? We didn't put this shit out.
It's not. That's what I'm saying, Willie. I mean, most people are like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, blah, blah, blah. No.
All I got to do is listen to it.
We hear what we hear. I mean,
they're being coached.
Absolutely.
It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever how I'm hearing that radio traffic if there's not somebody standing there with a portable in his hand. None at all. Okay, so what is it? What's going on, Sky? What are you hearing? Let me see. As someone who does audio engineering, I'm telling you, you haven't heard the version of removed backgrounds. This here was enhanced, and I guess Jeff said that he pulled out background sounds or something, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. This is Jeff putting it out. So if there's somebody that would have muffled it, it was Jeff. So I'm believing this.
Dan just said the Moscow Volunteer Fire Department is over 130 years old, stronger today than ever in its history. It is all volunteer. So there we go. Thank you, Dan.
Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay.
Hold on. Who said it was a girl?
What's that?
Who said it was a chick?
What do you mean?
She just said she's there with you now. Who the hell told the dispatcher there was a girl cop on the scene?
Well, there wasn't. Supposedly, it was a male.
Rewind it.
I am. I did. Hold on.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
That's a shot.
I think it does sound like she, but I think she just, the word came out muffled maybe.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, though. It does sound like
Or how did you know it's a guy?
Oh, I don't know.
A chick cop pulled over Brian and gave him a ticket about going through the crosswalk, right?
She probably knows the dispatch number for the officer and knows who he is based on his number.
So she would have known who was. Then why would she say I'm contacting law? Why would she have said that then if law enforcement already there?
If she well, that's the thing. Is whoever they came back to her and said responding, which would be 46, is labeled with Officer Nunez. So she knows that by her records that she has in front of her, who that officer is. That's why she said what she said as far as he's there now with you. I'm going to let you go. But she doesn't know. I'm guessing. Well, I don't know what the hell we're hearing before that, where I hear radio traffic in the background before they even get to that point. That's the problem.
I heard she, bro. I don't care what anybody tells me.
It sounds like she. It does. I heard that.
They could say he's all they want up on this damn screen, but I heard she's.
I don't know if the S from sense and rolled together. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure.
That's all.
I'll give him this one, but I'm not going to give him all that chatter.
I get it. Hold on.
There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have it. I can see it. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
So are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
It sounds like she, but it says he. Since he's, I get it. I see what you're saying, though. I absolutely do.
I want to see that transcript, bro.
Agreed. The full
transcript, the full one.
Notice how matter of factly she says that there's a police here now.
Right? Not even like hi officer or anything like that. Oh, they're here.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing.
Nah, man,
right? The surprise in her voice, none of that. It's just almost like he's always been there.
This 911, we just busted this 911 call, dude.
I mean, I don't understand how there is radio traffic, and there's a link pinned for somebody. I think
if somebody can explain this, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, 9%. Oh, hold on. Who do we have now? Signal drop. Okay, 1 second. Hemisphere, welcome, Hemisphere. Thank you for joining us. Where did Signal 66 go?
We can't go off topic like that.
No, I got to stay right on point with this. So sorry.
So we got to think about George Floyd. Fucking Idaho.
Yeah, I don't nothing offensive.
Let me go Google it real quick, dude.
Right.
As much as
I didn't want to sound rude, but
No, I definitely got to.
That's a whole different political. I mean, that's
wild time.
Okay, I guess I'm getting another copy of this call sent to me that has all the background pulled out of it. So that'd be great to hear that.
But with the background take out the chatter.
If they can pull all that, yeah, you can do that. You can take all the background noise out of it. And
is it possible to only hear background noise?
Oh, you can do anything with just straight software. Yeah.
See, I'm more interested on the verbiage that was said outside of what was talked about on the phone, because I hear a lot of whispering, I hear a lot of voices, and if that was enhanced somehow,
I would love to hear that.
No, there's a ton of whispering. And what's behind all the whispering?
Yeah,
that's what I mean. And this whole thing you just said, I want to hear that echo of somebody telling whoever told her, get out, and then boom, Hunter's on the phone right away. I want somebody to give me an idea of how far away they think that voice is. Because again, that's not enough for me, bro. Somebody's in the house telling her to get out when she went in.
Well, that was Hunter saying get out after he went in and finally found them supposedly.
Dude, think about what you're saying right there. You're saying that he went in at the same time the dispatcher asked Dylan to go check on Xana.
They went in together, Willie. That's what I'm saying. Dylan and Bethany went in, and Hunter went with them. Okay, obviously they didn't want to. They took Hunter with them, and he's the one that went in with them to go check.
So you're saying they called 911 here before anybody went in the house?
That's what they're saying. Okay, that's what they're saying.
And what the hell did Hunter do when they called him over? Nothing?
Hunter and Emily were there supposedly with them. They get on the phone, they dial 911. They're all standing there. The 911 operator, they're passing the phone around. Okay, so we know that. And then they said, is she still breathing? Hunter goes in leading the way as the guy and says, come on, Bethany, we have to. Okay, so they go in. Hunter goes forward, and they don't. He checks what's going on. I think that's why they called him, because they said they couldn't get the door open. I don't know that they even tried, or that it was even, I don't know any of this anymore. I don't believe any of this, because something's not right. But anyway,
I guess my question is, why scream get out if it's just her laying there passed out?
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is once he gets that door open, I'm guessing he saw everything, and that's why he said, get out, get out. And they all come out of the house then. That's what my take is on this. I don't know, because I wasn't there, but
yeah,
why is there no that's the big thing that everybody keeps bringing up.
I just find it odd that, like, if Hunter and Emily come over, so you're saying that Dylan and Bethany go outside, and like my whole thing is, like, if I'm Hunter and Emily, I'm looking at each other like, why are we here? Why did, like, what?
I agree. Like, that's what, yeah, I agree with that.
Like, come here, help me. And
like, especially if
Hunter, come here and help me.
Well, listen to what's said in the beginning, Eddie. Well, listen to what's said in the beginning. Our roommates passed out. So then why not? Okay, if you need to call Hunter over to go in, fine. Why didn't he go in? What stopped Hunter from going in?
Before the call, yeah.
That's
Exactly.
right.
Thank you.
That's exactly it right there. That's the whole problem with this whole thing.
Yep.
You called him, or I think they called Emily and said, you guys got to come over here. Something happened, or something is happening, or I don't know what's going on. It was early in the morning.
And then nobody goes in the house?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm not buying all this.
So then they get there, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And why do we not hear, when Hunter opens that door, he sees the situation, all he says is, get out, get out. There's no talk of, when he gets on the phone after that, there's blood everywhere. Something's not right, blah, blah, blah. They don't say a word.
I didn't hear the word blood one time.
No, all they do is ask, is she breathing? He says no.
It's running down the foundation.
No, there's blood everywhere. There's this, there's that.
Yeah, it's running down the side of the house you guys just walked up on, but nobody says anything about blood, right? Okay.
Why did he not say that? That's what I'm saying. Why didn't you say it's more than that then?
What are we getting out for? Is there 2 more people passed out upstairs?
Get out, get out, get out. That's all
right, Eddie. It's so easy to see through this shit once you kind of like zoom out.
I don't understand it. It makes no sense.
A lot of strategy.
Oh, it makes sense, but not in the sense how we want it to.
This script, that's what took so long to call 911. A lot of strategy and planning went into what this call was going to look like for appearance.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like it. It definitely sounds like it. I mean, the biggest problem I have now with the whole thing is hearing the radio traffic in the background. So I want to know why.
I want to know which one of them was banging a cop.
I don't know that was it, but.
Oh, shit, dude. You're telling me law enforcement's there and they're making you do a dummy call to dispatch? Nah, man, something's off here. Period. End of story.
There's definitely something off.
I'm just
Is
saying.
someone passed out right now? I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Uh-huh.
Right.
If you don't really know, why'd you call and say that then?
I heard there was 2 times that somebody was trying to speak up about what else happened.
And
the operator cut that off and said, what about, no, let's stay on this over here. We don't want to hear about all that over there.
That happened twice.
I mean, and think about that. You have your so-called friend more worried about explaining her side of the story than saving your life.
Alicia, you have to drop it to me in Discord. I can't open it up in here.
Because I think it was
who your friends are, I guess.
I think it was Dylan or Bethany would say, "Can I tell you what happened?" Pretty much.
That was Dylan.
And then she got cut off. And
yep.
Even the neighbor, same thing.
They tried to get Emily to say it too, and they shut her off. They want to know, which it's protocol to hear what the situation is right now. I understand, but I wish they would have let her explain. I would have liked to have heard that.
To me, and I might be wrong. I don't know. Correct me if I am. But as a dispatcher, you're trying to get as much information as you possibly can at the scene. So any kind of information outside of unconscious person you're trying to get that because they want all the officers that's en route to know exactly what's going on, so they can be better prepared when they get there.
Well, that's what's supposed to happen. So, I hold on a minute, guys. I got 1 second.
That's the only problem I have with the phone call. Okay.
No, I got you. 100%. All right, hold on. This was just sent to me to play this. And okay, so did Tomboy. I see now. Okay, hold on, guys. You might have to. I don't know if you guys got headphones or whatever. But let's see here. Hold on. Now this was broke down with software and everything. So hold on.
This 911 phone call. We're gonna grab the video from Jeff H, who did enhanced audio, and we're gonna just grab YouTube to MP3. So we're gonna make it an MP3 file. We're gonna let that download.
It absolutely is, Dan. The strangest I've heard.
How I'm going to take these vocals from these calls and separate it, because this phone call is there's a lot of background noise that we need to remove from the thing. So if we go to ultimate x-pro AI and we go and we download that and we take that file, we're going to separate the noise from the voices. So basically AI is detecting the voices in the phone call, and if it's not a voice, it is going to basically remove that, as I did a video before. And we are going to see that we are going to hear more stuff in this phone call than in the background. So you can see that we're removing the background sound. And he cleared this up pretty good, but let's see if we could just play the regular audio and hear what we heard before.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022. 911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
See, you hear all that yelling in the background that you don't hear on the other call. So hold on.
See, in this one, it seems like he took a lot of sound out of the file. And I could just tell by the background noise he's removing. Let me see if I could go. No, I ain't gonna be able to do that because I do it free.
Who's talking right now?
What is the rest of the address?
But he removed a lot of stuff from this audio by trying to enhance it. I could just tell that there's no.
Who's speaking right now?
So he kind of removed a lot of.
This is the guy that fixed this with the software here. He's explaining what he's doing to the audio and what happened to it. That's all.
Have you heard this previously, Daigle?
No, this is new. This was just sent to me by Sky. I can't see the other part of the name, but he's in here in the chat.
The only reason I ask is, does he finally get around to playing it, or is he going to continue giving us like play-by-play? And
I think he's just explaining what Jeff did to the original audio. Sky Zone, that's it.
Stuff from here. Let's see if we could find. I'm gonna need this one. Music plus vocals.
Dude, I wish I knew how to do any of this shit.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November
If you have headphones, put them on.
13, 2022. 911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
So even in the background, this guy is saying Xana Ethan. If you listen real closely,
We don't know what.
really get this full sound.
Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
Right there goes Xana.
What is
Ethan? But she's talking.
the address of the emergency?
1122.
See, right there, you can hear him say, like, I'm going to try to take the screen off. Maybe he's talking about going through the window. But what Jeff H is saying is it's removing these voices. So you
the door was open.
1122.
That's Hunter, or well, listen to this. There's definitely two males at the scene.
Bingo.
House. And I don't know why she's saying no, don't take the screen off, because that's what she's screaming about. Like he's saying, I'm gonna try to take the screen off. That's what it sounds like.
So that in turn would make sense as to maybe they couldn't get in the room at first. They were going to go through the window, probably up through that ladder area, in my opinion.
1122.
I'm trying to take the screen off, but I don't know why.
So
if there's
but then you said that Hunter walked back inside to see the scene with Dylan, which means that he would have had to crawl through the window and unlock the door and already see the scene. There you go.
This
I'm understanding you. That's what I'm saying. This is something we didn't hear originally. So
I'm just trying to piece it.
I think the biggest takeaway for me so far is I think Outcast, if that's who it is in chat,
yeah,
unless I'm mistaken, I think the biggest takeaway is he's saying, look, if you're using Jeff's audio and he doctored it, he's going to purposefully be doctoring out anything that helps Brian Kohlberger. Anything that you, so Outcast is saying this version is going to be more authentic and true rather than doctored up.
That's basically what they took all the background sounds out that we weren't hearing from that one, because I didn't hear this before. I didn't hear him trying to take the screen out. I didn't hear this. I didn't hear that. That's all new to me. So
yeah, but isn't that only because it's enhanced in a different way?
He said that Jeff didn't do this. The 911 call is doctored, and all Jeff did was to accentuate. Okay. So no, I got you, and thank you, Outcast. Still, that's still a problem either way. Okay. All right, hold on.
Oh no, I like when Jeff puts stuff out.
What'd you say?
No, somebody said that they're not going to listen to anything Jeff puts out, but I like the stuff Jeff puts out, because the last video we put out, I saw a perpetrator that I didn't see before on the Linda Lane footage. Now here I'm hearing radio dispatch I never heard before. So hey, keep putting stuff out.
It's picking up. It's just the thing is yeah, we'll go forward. Hold on.
Me that something's blocking the door and they can't get in. I would assume. Why would you take the screen off? And why would she say no, don't? Like that. This is what he's like. The most I can make out of it. This is what he's saying. Try and take the screen off, and then she goes ballistic and says, "No, don't," which I don't know why.
No. Dude, nobody cries like that.
Why is she saying no, don't, if you want to get in that room?
Yeah, right. Why are you worried about your screen at that point?
100%. Thank you.
Like I said, you're worried about the screen. You're worried about explaining your story. What about your friends' lives? What happened to that being the main priority here? Like, that all took a back seat. Indeed came first. Like,
there it is. Danger said it right there. Absolutely, wholeheartedly, right there. Everything is a problem. Everyone has been told they're crazy conspiracy nuts for noticing things that are overly off. Thank you, Dan. And here's proof, more proof that we've seen over the past month.
But at this point in time, what I was told 2.5 years ago, everywhere I went and being kicked out and shit like that, that by now there'd already be enough stuff out to already have people's mind already focus on Brian and Brian alone.
Well, I mean,
here we are.
Yeah, right.
And the opposites happen.
They made it perfectly clear how they felt about their friend's life 8 hours earlier. Thank you.
Hey there.
What is the rest of the address?
And it sounds like he says the deck. I don't know, or they're dead or the deck it's kind of hard. But when Jeff H clears this up, he's removing these background vocals out of the sound of the song.
Of your emergency?
Not the song, the fucking call, because you can hear we don't.
Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
See right there, the voice, and you don't hear that. So you need to really break it down. And this is a vocal remover. This is what I use to, like, I could take a song, any song I want, and remove the music and have just the vocals. That's just what AI does. It's what I primarily use this for. But we could hear that he is missing audio from this phone call.
What is
Xana Ethan. That is, if this is Hunter, we are catching Hunter's voice in this phone call.
the address of the emergency?
1122.
And he's like, I'm trying to take the screen off, which it sounds like I couldn't be wrong, but this is when she responds, no, don't. I don't know why she would say that. I can't really make out what she's saying. No, don't. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know what he says there.
Why is she in a panic right now?
But
Because she knows, Willie. This is it for me. She knows.
Yeah.
She just told him when she got on the phone. She didn't know. She said she doesn't know what happened last night.
But she does, in my opinion. I'm not saying she knows exactly what happened. She knows something. She knows. And that's why she's screaming. This is crazy. Blood on my shoe. Yeah, there's the things here that this is crazy. Hold on.
I know she knows. And she knows she knows.
Sure, what he's saying, he's talking so fast.
What is the rest of the address?
And it sounds like he says she's dead, but I don't know.
Rest of the address.
I could say the deck too.
Address?
The deck. She's dead. The deck. I don't know.
Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need
now what do you guys think she's doing at this point in time? She now hands the phone off to go do what? What do you think?
She's standing in the background telling her what to say.
So you think she just hands it off and then stands right behind her?
She stands next to her and she's freaking out. And she hands her the phone and says, I can't talk to him. Basically,
but why is she freaking out? She doesn't know what happened.
Because she does know.
She knows.
That's the whole point. She knows.
1122 King Road.
Repeat the address for verification.
The address, so we're next to them. I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat.
I don't know what she's saying.
The reason, Willie, is because her real, authentic reactions and emotions will not match the script. That's why she handed it off to the calm girl.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just want to make sure I'm not the only one seeing this. But like, I know that the true crime community is like 95 or like 97% female. Again, all of us up here are female, right? All the females in chat, is that cry genuine? Like, does anybody here in chat cry like that? I'm just curious.
Younger girls probably do.
Dude, really? I don't know, man. That sounded weird to me.
Does it get
curious.
Through the entire 911 call through this?
Yeah, you keep stopping.
What's that? I was just letting you guys talk. So you guys were done, so I could play it. Hold on.
To make out.
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi,
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone.
Hi,
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need.
Hi,
And are you with the patient?
I don't know what she says. Hi, this.
She said, "Hi, this is Dylan. Hi, this is Dylan." That's what she just said.
It's who?
So Dylan gets back on the phone.
Hi,
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around.
This lady's getting pissed.
Pretty much.
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
See, that just drives me crazy right there.
But we have to.
So obviously, that Dylan, she's saying to Bethany, we need to go check. And she says we have to. So she's acting like she doesn't want. Where are they located in this video? I would say they're outside the deck. And they're like literally 10 feet away from the door. Or however far you
So
got.
how did an access point all of a sudden become feasible, Dago?
I'm sorry?
How did an access point to the victims at this point become feasible?
From what I'm hearing about the screen, I'm going to guess that ladder that was posted at the top there, and I got to wonder, was that ladder there before that day, or did they put that there to climb up there? And he was going to go through the window because they were up against the door. They couldn't get in the door. And it must have been, I'm going to say Ethan, probably he's bigger, to get that door open. So they go through, I'm guessing he went through the window or was opening the window to go through the window. That's what I'm hearing, and that's my guess. I don't know.
I'm just trying to figure out how at this point, when she goes in the house and follows Hunter, and how he gets to Xana.
The only thing I can guess that I don't know. I mean,
Because we don't hear a big boom like he kicked the door down, right?
No, that's what we said. Did he go inside the room and move the body away from the door to open the door?
But then at that point, he would have already known what was going on, and when he got on the phone, it would have been done.
Thank you, CH. I think that's happening as we're
Because he
hearing.
would have seen Ethan first if he went in the door. If he went in the window.
We don't know that though. We don't know exactly where they were at.
I mean, I'm assuming that he saw both of them, but then he's only mentioning Xana the whole time. That's odd to me.
Xana, and that makes me wonder where the hell Ethan was as compared to. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So I don't know. I'm trying to picture this room in my mind after we went through it. But anyway, I'll keep going.
Yeah. I'm not too sure. And you can hear him in the back saying Xana, Ethan. I don't know what this is said. Are you Elin? Are you Elin? Like, it's a weird voice, but this is someone's voice.
Now somebody's inside.
In their name.
What?
I says now with the echoing, they're inside.
Right? It sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah.
So at this point, if you're saying, I'm just trying to picture this now. So you're saying they were standing on the back patio. They're now walking through the kitchen at the point of this echo.
I would imagine, yeah, and that's something to that sense, yes.
Okay, and then after the kitchen, what do you take a left or right to go to?
You would take left to go into Xana. You'll go past Dylan's room, and you'll make a left to go down that little hallway that takes you to Xana's room. Yeah.
Okay.
Xana, Ethan. And he's been saying this for the whole phone call, basically. He's saying Xana, Ethan. Like, he's calling, like, he's at the door. It sounds like someone says, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
And he did. But see, here's my thought now. When we heard her flip out about the screen thing, I'm thinking he may have stopped and they went back around and then he just starts pushing on the door maybe and got in, because I think that if he'd have went in through that window, it would have been a whole different situation, in my opinion. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thought that I'm getting from this now. Hold on. Let me back that part up right there where we just heard.
The door? It sounds like someone says, "Oh my God." And then someone's whispering, "She's passed out." She's passed out. What the fuck? Like, I don't know what they're seeing here. And then you hear, "Oh my God." And then she's saying she's passed out. What's wrong? So what is she seeing here that she's saying this? Because there'd be blood fucking.
That's what doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because then that means she went. So that means she went in enough to see what
she might. Like. I don't think she's seeing everything, but he did. You could hear it. Oh my God, he saw it. Yeah. She's not here seeing that. I don't think.
But why? Then how would they know to whisper she's passed out? How would they know that? I mean, how are you visually see? How are you going to say what you're not visually seeing? You're muted, my man.
Sorry. She must be standing outside the room and like close to the door, but outside. He must have went in, and that's why.
Well, I wonder if one of them's looking around the corner and then kind of telling the one behind him what's going on. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe, but yeah, I get it.
She's not waking up.
He's still calm, man. I don't know if he's over the body here, because literally, if you're over those bodies, you're seeing fucking. There's got to be.
How are you not standing in blood?
Like, there's just got to be blood everywhere. She bled out. Like all these people bled the fuck out.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody saw something.
Yeah. That's some deep breathing going on.
Right there, if you listen real good, I'm pretty sure he says Xana's dead. Right there, Xana's dead.
Yes.
Who would whisper that though?
She did. That's her. That's her that was making that vibe, that hyperventilation sound noise. I can't think of what it's called. Anyway,
Xana's dead.
She just said Xana's dead.
So somebody saw something.
Yeah.
Xana's dead. Yeah, Xana's dead. And it sounds pretty far away from where she is. I have no clue where she is at this moment in time. But it sounds like in the distance, someone's saying Xana's dead. And she's like, "Do you know where Kaylee is?" And then I want to say this is Dylan on the phone this whole time. And then Bethany says, "I don't." And she's worried, and he says, "Get out. Get out, because I believe around this time he knows Xana's dead." That's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we're at 2 minutes and 41 seconds, and within the next 10 seconds, he's going to be telling them to get out because he officially knows that she's dead. So we're at like 10 seconds after we hear Xana's dead. He's telling them to get out. So at this point in time, I think he knows she's dead. And he probably finally got into the room and seen blood everywhere.
Okay, and how old is she?
And he might be leaving the scene also. He might be like, get out, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
She's 20.
20, you said?
And again, there's still that radio traffic in the background. You can hear it.
There's that chatter.
47 en route. I heard it clear as day. So
Yes, 20 here. She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes.
Sounds like he says dead. Right there, like she's dead.
20, you said?
So you gotta understand, we're trying to listen to the voices in the background, not more of the phone call. So, because since we removed the vocals, it's kind of
Talking
only
shit.
anyone talking in this situation.
That's 20 here. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop.
And this doesn't even sound like the guy that we're hearing in the background, which it can be, but I'm not too sure about that. But I believe there's two males at this. I believe there's two males here. Can I be wrong? Absolutely, but I still believe there's two males at this scene.
Passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay. Sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No. Hello?
Is she breathing?
That's a chill hello, bro.
Okay.
And then there's someone in the background saying she's not breathing. This is what's making me believe there's two males at the scene.
Yepper.
Not breathing.
yeah, there was definitely another guy there, and I'd like to know who that was because there's
I don't even think Hunter's the one who found. Dude, that's the calmest hello I've ever heard. Hello? I just found my best friend slaughtered and Zen. Hello?
I agree. I know.
No. Somebody else is there.
You talk to them, say. I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again.
So at this point in time,
that means the dispatcher knew she was dead already.
I believe they know.
Right, Dago?
Hey, again, what's that?
Would that maybe imply that the dispatcher already knew that somebody was dead?
Well, she knows that they're not breathing, and
but not breathing and dead are two different things, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it is in reality, but
I'm just saying when you say to get the damn defibrillator, that's all. That's usually a last resort thing.
Well, yeah, because you need to bring them. You have to start using life-saving techniques.
So I figure it's like CPR. Walk them through it. Do you have a pulse? No. Okay, let's get a defibrillator.
Well, typically they would say start using. Or, do you know CPR? You need to start doing CPR. This is how, and they'll walk them through it.
Or how is this dispatcher trusting whoever the hell she doesn't even know who went and checked to see or if Xana was breathing or not? Why isn't she asking again to check for a pulse? Is she breathing? Does she have a pulse? Like, she just like, okay, I'll take your word. Let's get the defibrillator.
I think that the problem that everybody has with this horse is that there were things that were not done that should have been done, and there were things that were done that shouldn't have been done. That's
but it makes sense to me though if things were not done because things were already known. Is what my point is.
That's what that's why, because people aren't understanding why people are quote unquote victimizing the roommates, because things were not achieved as they should have been. And that's what the issue is. That's why people have issues with that. So let me get through this here real quick.
Because they're there, and I'm hearing in the background she's dead and Xana's dead, and I believe these girls know, but they're in such shock at this moment that maybe they're in shock that they're not comprehending that she's already dead.
There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one.
What bothers me is no one's on the phone saying she's dead. That's what bothers me. Because they know it.
Or blood.
So now, I believe the police officer's here, and he's showing up to the scene, or the medic. I'm not too sure. And she says, is she not breathing? The neighbor is like, I think dead.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one.
Like right there, not breathing.
Who the hell is that?
Here, I think dead.
Defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes.
I think dead. So I believe this is the neighbor that came with Hunter or whoever to the crime scene. She might have.
That's the other male that was at the scene, obviously.
Did we hear that in the other video?
No.
Nope, that was not there.
Oh, she was probably like, fuck this shit. I'm not looking at anything. But she's relaying the message that she thinks.
Well, I rest my case.
That. And they're not even discovering, which is, they must have seen Zana dead and got the fuck out of there.
Defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator?
And this girl still, do you have a defibrillator? Like, you're not going to bring her back to life, man. You should have called 8 hours ago, even though they're probably dead. No matter what, they're probably going to die. But if these stab wounds were barely vicious, that they probably bled out in minutes. But I just find it like maybe they're just in shock.
Well, that means it could have been saved then.
Yes, we have one. We're not going to bring someone back to life.
Minutes.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you.
We don't have one. I think yes.
See, not breathing, I think that. So the cops are there, are in the house or at the door, or side door, wherever the hell they are.
Say that again? There's the police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 2nd, November 13, 2022.
It's a hell of a response time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things about this I'm not comfortable with at all. It's wild, folks. It's wild. And thank you for the different version of that. I appreciate that, Outcast. I don't know what to think about this, you guys. I don't understand this. Based on what we know, there should be the radio traffic in the background early on in this call bothers me. Okay. And again, this is not victimizing the roommates, guys. I'm asking questions. Why did you not do this? Why did you wait till this period of time? Because again, I'm going to say this again. I know what was said, that they could not have been saved at this point. If you would have started calling 911 when you heard slam banging and screaming around upstairs, they could have stopped and possibly interjected in the middle of the crime and maybe stopped this. Caught the person that did this. Saved a couple of them, maybe. Because the response time was so fast, okay? That's what I'm saying with this, and that's what bothers me. That whole 8-hour period of time where you're sitting on social media, I don't understand this. I just don't.
But here's the thing, dude. She straight up contradicts. She contradicts herself from the start when she says that somebody's passed out, which means that they already have knowledge of what's going on with Xana.
That's the other side. The other thing I was getting ready
And then a minute or two later, we're hearing this whole charade of them going through the house and they're just witnessing this. Bullshit.
The call was made as hold on, let me say this again. The call was made as a passed out person. When she gets on the phone, immediately says there's something going on in the house and we don't know what. You can hear in her voice she's very distraught, meaning you do know something more than somebody being passed out. Either has gone on or is going on. That's the problem. I think that everybody.
Who the hell says that? There's something in my house. There's something going on in my house, but I don't know what it is. What?
Right. That's what I'm saying. And right, Dan, exactly. How many incredible stories have we heard over the years of people surviving in highly unlikely situations? A lot. Okay. Very good point.
Especially if there's not enough blood here that whoever the hell's standing over Xana is not standing in a pool of blood. So if there's not a pool of blood around Xana, then I don't understand that part.
I think that clarifies now that we hear in the background. They're saying she's dead. The other call doesn't give us that. That's the problem. So
okay, but
now we're hearing.
But my point is who got close enough to Xana to know she wasn't breathing, and how?
That was Ethan, in my opinion, when he got inside the room, and that's why he said, or Hunter. I'm sorry.
So yeah, so Hunter would be standing in blood,
or around. They may not be like directly that much of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to check.
Oh yes, there would.
Yeah, how would you check a person breathing or not?
You can stand around it. You know what I'm saying? If there's some spots of it that are open, you can stand around it, is what I mean.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Sit there and like watch to see if her back lifts? Like, aren't you going to go up and like check the person's pulse, shake them?
Well, kids, I don't know if they know it, but you check a radial pulse or the jugular, whatever you do. I mean, depending on what he knows. Like
how many?
My imagination, my visualization of this scene is that there's blood all over the place. Like, there's 2 victims in that room. It should be full of blood everywhere. You should see that as soon as you open the door, in my opinion. And maybe that's what happened, and maybe they never even checked her. They just saw it and they bolted. Okay, I don't know that.
So then why not? She's dead and she's not breathing.
They did say that in the background. You could hear it on this call. She's dead.
Yeah, I get it, but it was relayed to the dispatcher that she's not breathing.
Right.
Nobody's screaming she's dead. She's
why didn't they relay more to the dispatcher that she's dead? There's blood. Yeah, I don't know that part. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just in the moment learning this, you would think that would be the reaction. It's like, oh my god,
Yeah, and that feels right. That Mabbitt did say that it was a battle, bloodbath. Even that's a fact. That says a lot. And then they shut Mabbitt up right after that. So.
So Xana must have been in a wide open area for everybody to see her. So they couldn't see Ethan. Ethan was probably in the bedroom.
I'm going to guess that I think Ethan was the one behind the door, and that Xana may have been on the bed or over there. When you open the door, you see across the room to that area. You know what I mean?
That's probably right, because they was having problems in the door. Because
but if you're pushing your best friend's body, I don't know.
Guys, the truth is, that's we don't even know where all the bodies are.
The problem with all of this is that it's all wrong. Okay? It's all wrong, and it doesn't play out to the way that they're explaining it to us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's absolutely.
There's been lies told through this whole thing.
Especially for when we know now for a minute, 60 seconds during that dispatch that we just heard. For a minute during that, dude. The whole time that neighbor's on the phone, Dylan is on her Instagram.
Yeah, until they have to go in the room. I know that.
So she's so freaked out in this that for the whole time before she hops on the phone, she's on social media. Think about that for 30
I don't know what to say to that.
For Christ's sakes, dude.
She was directed to play it down and minimize it and act cool. Just act normal.
It's one of the other ways around. Somebody's on social media, but if you look at the times and you look at the time of the call, it's like boom, boom. I don't know, man.
I don't have a lot of words, guys. I'm completely appalled with a lot of this. I am.
So between the 2 versions, what came out? What was different from the first and the second one that we listened to?
The background sounds worth hearing she's dead, and hearing the actual freak out about don't take the screen off, because it sounds like they were going to go through the window and decided not to.
But where was that picture of the blood that was leaking out of the house? Whose room was that supposed to be?
That's Xana's bedroom. It's at the base of her bedroom, the foundation coming out of her room.
So
that's probably where she was, over there by that wall. Okay.
So they're standing there looking at blood seeping out?
I mean, I don't.
And they're saying, our friend's passed out. How about there's blood seeping out of the damn bedroom window?
Wasn't there a male voice towards the end of that second one that, Dago, I stopped you and I said, was that in the first one? And you said no.
No,
I forget what the male voice said again. Because that was a difference between
I think it said that they're dead or she's dead or something like that, but it wasn't in the first call. For sure. Like a bunch of that stuff wasn't in the first call we heard. And I don't remember hearing that in the call that came through Channel 4, the first one I ever played in here. I didn't remember hearing that either.
It was way towards the end. Do we want to listen to check that out again? I think it was significant.
Right now. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. We don't have one.
See, not breathing, I think that. So the cops are there, are in the house or at the door or side door, wherever the hell they are.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Quick.
We don't have one. We don't have one.
Hells at the sea. She's not breathing.
You talk to them, say. I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello. Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line.
Why would that? Who's that person that just said that? Who's that person that just said, I can't, you have to talk to them?
That was Ethan. Or Hunter, sorry.
Why? What are you sure?
Yes.
Prior to that, it was stop passing the phone around.
Yeah, because they don't want them doing that. It was Hunter. He's the
Okay,
one that
so
got on the, he's the one that checked the body, gets on the phone because they didn't, he was in there supposedly. I'm guessing that's why they handed him the phone. And he starts to talk and she gets, because you're not supposed to keep passing the phone around, and says that. So he takes that as that they want to
So that's
talk.
why I handed the phone. So that's why I handed the phone. Okay, I was just like, why would he say he doesn't have time to talk to dispatch?
No,
he should be
because of that.
relaying everything he's seeing. If he's the one,
he should have probably got on the phone in the first place, since they aren't able to talk.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If because then she could have walked him through,
Mm-hmm. I can agree.
Have it.
Say that again?
So at this point in time, I'm not sure these girls know, but I believe they know because they're there, and I'm hearing in the background she's dead and Xana's dead, and I believe these girls know, but they're in such shock at this moment that maybe they're in shock that they're not comprehending that she's already dead.
There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one.
What bothers me is no one's on the phone saying she's dead. That's what bothers me. Because they know at this time that she's dead.
I think yes.
So now, I believe the police officer's here, and he's showing up to the scene, or
She's
the
not
medic.
ready. I think we just heard it just a second ago.
It was through radio traffic that was probably to the EMS en route. She's not breathing, meaning step it up. Okay. But then they get there and they don't let them go inside because it's a crime scene. When the officer first goes in, is what I'm guessing. Nunez goes inside the house once he brings the defibrillator back. He goes to go inside the house and realizes what the situation is and shuts everything down right there to secure the scene. That's when they're not realizing that they are deceased. You cannot allow EMS to go in there if that's a crime scene per se.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem I have is if one of these roommates, which obviously one of them did, saw the scene and the scene's as bloody as you're saying right now, then there's no way you're mistaking that for passed out drunk. Period.
No, not at this point. No, not at all. Okay, but the problem is the call goes in. Okay, from the beginning, the call goes in as a passed out person. They saw or guessed, or they either guessed that because nobody was answering, or they saw something that made
Then why
them
not
think
say all four? Then why not say all four of my roommates are passed out drunk?
Well, I don't think anybody went upstairs, Willie. They're just checking these two, and I think that was because they went to that window.
She tried calling everybody. She said, "Please, please answer. Please, please answer." Right?
Well, that's because I know what they heard that night. You know what they heard that night.
She wasn't saying that. She wasn't saying that to Xana, was she? She was telling somebody else, "Please, please answer."
They knew that something bad happened in there when they called. That's all there is to it.
Gotcha.
That's the main problem I have with this. They knew something bad happened in that house. She says it clearly on the 911 call. I think they looked through that window. She wouldn't let them crawl through that window, but they looked through the window and saw somebody down and probably thought they were passed out. And that's where the whole call status comes from, okay? Then they get inside the house. He goes in, does what he does, gets in the room, sees what he sees, and flips out. And he says, get out, get out. They're dead. So
Think about what you just said. They're looking through the window where right below on the foundation there is blood.
No. That I don't think anybody saw that at first. I don't think they were seeing that. I think that came after the fact. But they went up around the front of the house. That's where that window would be.
That's 8 hours, dude.
Yeah, but I don't think they were looking at the foundation of the house, is what I'm saying. That was not something I noticed at first either until after I was scanning through that picture. If they're not paying attention, they're not.
They're all standing outside looking at the goddamn area.
Not I don't think they were looking there. I highly doubt they were looking
That's
there.
where the screen was. Where else is everybody looking?
No, the screen is around front, Willie. That was the side.
I thought you said that. I thought you told me at one point that Hunter was trying to get in through the window.
I'm gonna show you. Let me show you something here real quick. Let me pull this back up. Hold on a minute.
And wouldn't that be Xana's window where the blood was leaking out of the foundation?
No. I'm gonna show you real fast here. Hold on. This house is so screwy the way it was built anyway. But okay.
Because I didn't know they were all standing down the back. Because how are you not seeing that how are you not seeing that from where you're standing?
My understanding is they were here. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying my understanding.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't figure they're huddled around like Eskimos. You know, they're walking around. They're people walking back and forth.
Down here, this is down a hill into the parking lot underneath. There's a wall here, by the way. You can't really see it unless you go down. And
so there's no window there then.
My understanding is this is her room.
Mm-hmm.
You see the ladder right here? There's a ledge. Her window's right there. There's no window here. This is the foundation right here where the blood was. So,
oh my God! So
I don't know if it was seen or not seen. I can't give you an answer to that.
That's okay.
If they're freaking out, if it's a freaked out scene, nobody's paying attention to that, and that may not have happened until later that night, or I don't think that happened probably immediately.
We have to assume they were out front during
that's
the
what
call.
I thought. That's why
they could have been standing out front too.
The cop arrived. If we're to believe that he wasn't already there, the cop arrived. He doesn't walk to the back, right?
Yeah, but you don't hear anybody going up steps in the call. Like you don't hear bump, 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 like anybody running up and down steps.
See, that's why I thought they were back here.
Well,
that makes sense.
We can't hear footsteps, period.
No.
Yeah, but we hear them we hear the house and echoes and stuff. So in my opinion, I think we would hear some kind of at least the person on the phone going up the steps or down the steps.
It could have been out front too, and maybe it's just not sensitive enough to pick up the footsteps. I don't know.
One last quick question about the differences between these two, and I don't mean for you to play any more of it. It'll just take too long. But and I think my phone dropped out at this point. I don't know why it did. But did we cover in the second one where they said poor Kaylee?
It was in there somewhere. Something about Kaylee.
Okay.
There was.
Well, then they had to be.
It wasn't poor Kaylee. It was something else. Kaylee is what I heard. I don't know. I have that now, and I can go back through that and play that again. But yeah, that's what I was saying too, Phil. That blood leaking took some time. It took maybe a day or so at least.
I think in the future, the best one to play would be one that just plays it all the way through. So it's easy to find points within the video if you wanted to search.
Definitely. I'll tell you this, it's a mess. This whole thing is a damn mess. There's a lot of lies. There's a lot of deception. There's definitely corruption involved with this. This is a mess. It's a mess. I mean, there's no two ways to look at it. It's a mess.
Hell yeah, dude.
Who just said that? No, critical. There's no concrete block here. That blood was on concrete block. It was right here, bud. I can see it from here. Okay, that would be the back wall of Xana's bedroom right there. It's behind the C on call. There's no windows here. The only window is that front window in the front of the house. That is the foundation block right there. But still, this is a mess, and I need to. Something's way wrong. All of this is wrong, and
And the house must not have stunk because nobody mentioned any kind of smell.
Well, it did.
I have a feeling it did. At that
You would
point,
think that, considering they've been laying there for 8 hours.
Yeah, but you would think there'd be
Stinks
some
up
kind of
all over the
reaction.
place.
Yeah, but you think there'd be some kind of reaction you'd hear from Hunter or the girl, like, oh, or, like,
well, if they had both the doors
gagging or,
open,
you know.
if they had both the doors open, because that was this understanding is that both doors were open, that
So the front door was wide open?
the front and the back, from my understanding, but that would dissipate it a little bit, and it's cold, a little bit. Okay.
Wouldn't that actually push it out towards you if you're standing outside even more? Like, because it would create like a kind of a.
If there's wind blowing, yeah.
That's what I mean. It creates like a, I forget what, you know what I mean? When
If
you open
there's
up one door on each side of your house and it creates like a little, flow.
Depends on how long it's been open and how cold the house is and how things have dissipated to that point. I would still think there should be, after all that time, a smell.
So I just have to point something out real quick because Rach brought up a good point moments ago. She said, the cop didn't even announce his arrival. If you look at the transcript, it goes from, the dispatcher is talking about a defibrillator. She says, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that's weird.
Agreed.
That's what I said.
Well,
but
first
the
and
next
foremost
is she answers, whoever it is in the home answers, we don't have one. And the dispatcher says, or someone says, unconscious, not breathing.
Yeah. 2 seconds later,
which is someone in the home, says, do you have a defibrillator? Obviously, she's talking to the police officer, because if you go to the next line, it is the answer to her question, yep. And then she tells the operator, yeah, we have one. And the operator says, but are you talking to the officer? Yes. So that you can feel is so staged.
Yeah, what the hell is going on?
And the first person talking is not the cop himself announcing he's there, but it's the girl on the phone talking to 911, asking the cop casually, do you have a defibrillator?
Right? The cop's not like, everybody get out, everybody, back up. The dude's just like, yeah, I got one.
Yeah, right. And not to mention the fact that she didn't, I don't know, maybe it's because it's a different state than here, but everywhere else, even on TV shows I've seen, it's the same damn thing. What the first thing they say when you say, is she breathing? He said no. Okay, we need you to start life-saving. There's another word I keep missing. Techniques, okay? And they don't say that. All they say is there a defibrillator?
Yep. Let's go right to the last. Yep. No.
I've never said that before. I've never heard that before in a call. So that blew my mind too. But
go watch any 911 call. Even if somebody's shot, for Christ's sakes, they tell you to do CPR.
Do you know CPR?
It's insanity. Yeah.
Defibrillator. Okay, yeah. Let me just pull one out my ass. I got one now.
So my burning question to y'all is, as a group, now that we know what we know now, what do y'all really think happened at 3 a.m. in the morning whenever DM, it said in the transcript, DM had a phone call with the Uber guy.
She texted him.
Yeah, she texted him and said, are you driving? He texted back and said yes.
So that tells me he came by and picked her up.
Well, we don't know, but she's referencing him for a reason. Did he or didn't he? That's what's not known. Did he pick her up and they went somewhere, or did
I bet Cy knows.
Probably. Yeah, that's a good point. They could follow her phone. They could follow her phone, leaving from that house or not leaving from that house.
That's the least I did.
well, think back to what they call that Banfield.
Mm-hmm.
Where there were two undercover cops sitting there in a white car.
Yeah, the Pocus, right?
And they had students. There was I seen a still shot of a black truck coming out of Kings
Yeah,
Road.
it drove down past that whole thing. Yeah, I had that
Right.
too.
And then somebody was saying something about, was it Bethany had her father drives a black truck like that.
Actually, her boyfriend has a truck like that, and her boyfriend's father has a truck too. That's
So
not Dylan, not Bethany. Dylan's boyfriend Quinn owns a truck just like that.
I'm just trying to make sense of this stuff because I'm with y'all. This don't make no sense.
Well,
especially the way the affidavit was saying. 100%.
I agree, and I gotta go with the statement Phil just made, and it's something I've been stuck on for a while now. Phil, I haven't really talked about it. From 221 or 223, I believe it is, Kaylee and Maddie tried to call Jack Decor until 256. At 256, it stops.
And never again?
Why did it never again after that? And it stopped right there.
Come on.
At 251, Dylan is adding a contact to her phone. And also, what time was it that Maddie tried to call
the 251 or 351, bud?
351, sorry, 351. Yeah, I was back me up. Was it Maddie tried to call Bethany at around that time somewhere too, didn't she? Right around that 256 time, it was somewhere within there, I believe. Didn't she try to call Bethany too, Maddie?
I'm sorry,
I don't have those.
Yeah,
There was something in there. Okay,
somebody tried to call somebody,
and
somebody
this is what I think. This is going back to the original timeline, by the way, you guys. Okay, and I think that's it. I think that's when these things went down. Was from between 3 and 4, not 4 to 420. It was between 3 and 4.
Yep, that makes more sense.
Eddie?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just chatting with my girlfriends.
Okay. I got you. Do your thing, brother.
Yeah, I have something to say. Tanel brought up a really good point. And Willie was trying to say it earlier, too. This can't go unnoticed. The fact that we're talking about a defibrillator, that would suggest that there's no heartbeat, which is very different than someone who is not breathing. Someone cannot be breathing, but still have a heartbeat.
But what if you mistaken me for not breathing and I actually am, and then you use a defibrillator and you kill me?
The last thing that we learned is that, so it went from unconscious, they're not waking up in the beginning, and then finally it evolves to, is she breathing? No. Okay, so now they're not breathing. So at that point, and I'm going on a limb here, but you would want to then direct them to check a pulse, right? You would want to, so they're not breathing, so you know you need to give them breaths, but that doesn't mean you need to give chest compressions yet. You need to check for a pulse before you do that, right? And chest compressions are just the manual way of doing what a defibrillator does.
Yes. It's not as strong, but yeah.
Yeah, but a defibrillator, you can kill yourself.
Well, the chest compressions are right now. You can help, that can be immediate. Defibrillator, which is funny because she's sending them out to go get a defibrillator. Is there a defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now and tell me when
2
you
seconds
have
later.
it.
Oh, we got one. The guy standing next to us. Was it a cop there? Yeah.
Go to the nearest defibrillator store, and tell me when you get back.
I just can't imagine or understand why they have not asked them to commence CPR first.
Right.
Wild.
I mean, I've heard. 20-year-old. I know that are they breathing? No. Okay. You start CPR immediately, which is giving breath as well as compressions, not a defibrillator. And I've never heard them go directly to a defibrillator before. And I'm going to research this my damn self now because it's bothering me.
That's what I mean, because a dispatcher is not trusting basically a 20-something-year-old, 20-year-old to relay proper information to her, and then she makes a decision to tell them to go get a defibrillator. and
go
not
to the patient and check their pulse.
Yeah, go confirm what the hell you just told me instead of before I tell you to do that. I mean, that just sounds insane, dude.
That whole thing there just kind of drove me
I don't
crazy.
even know how to use a damn defibrillator. I'd be like, lady, what?
Right. Give me 1 second, something here. I'm trying to see something real fast, and I'm gonna have to bring this to a close because I gotta go do some stuff here. But okay, so let me see.
They kept.
And she didn't even ask her. Did she do drugs? You know, like isn't that like normal now for like kids to get bad drugs and they you know, and then they use the Narcan? Like she didn't even like she didn't even ask that. Like, you know, did she do any drugs? Is that a possibility of why maybe she's breathing but she's slow, you know, because a very faint I heard like a very faint breathing you can't really like detect unless you're like up in there.
It's based on the fact that she said she was drinking and passed out, I think is what she based it off of, the 911 operator. But
yeah, but at that point you're thinking drinking, drugs, you know, passed out. Did she take, you know, did you guys do it? Did she take any drugs? Oh, you know, yeah, she took this. Okay, well, do you guys have Narcan in the home? Nope, defibrillator.
Well, from what I understand is that defibrillators are a common thing now, that they have them because they're quicker, easier.
Well, what if somebody has a heart condition, dude, and you kill them?
I get it. I'm just
that's my point. Is what if I have a heart condition? You know, you check my to see if I'm breathing. You're wrong. You go on dispatch and say, you know, he's not breathing, and then Eddie comes over with the defibrillator you just gave him, hits me with it, and I die. Now there's lawsuits all over the damn place.
I mean, let me read this to you. Before using an AED, it is imperative to contact emergency services and initiate cardiopulmonary resuscitation, that's CPR. Dialing 911 in cases of sudden cardiac arrest provides instantaneous access to emergency medical services, which can provide life-saving care such as CPR and defibrillation. CPR, which includes chest compression after cardiac arrest, can maintain the circulation of blood to the heart and brain for a period of time, buying precious minutes until an AED can be used. Okay? So I'm guessing that she bypassed the CPR situation to go directly to the AED. The problem
but
is
the AED would usually be a medic, right?
EMT, paramedic, whatever. I mean, they have these in public places where you can just go grab them now, Willie, and use it on somebody. They're accessible to people to use. Yeah.
I didn't even know that because I thought like, you know, you could hurt yourself pretty bad with those things. Your own self, the user.
But now here's the other thing too, though. A defibrillator should not be used on conscious individuals, obviously. Those with a DNR, do not resuscitate order, or patients with faulty devices. If a DNR bracelet, tattoo, blah, 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 so on and so forth is advised, you do not administer AED. In this case, follow the patient's wishes, refraining from AED. In the event that an AED is found to have defective, none of that matters. What to avoid? Okay, so I'm guessing that that's exactly why she went directly to this. I've just never heard that before. I've always heard commence CPR, but I guess that's the thing now. So, okay.
I just think that's well, because if I have like a pacemaker or something, and I have a heart problem, and you hit me with that.
If somebody's not breathing, it is now slated that the heart's not pumping. Okay. And it says also after utilizing defibrillator, the initial responder or provider will deliver CPR for 2 minutes and then access for a pulse and evaluate if the heart rhythm has returned. Okay, so yeah. So you use the defibrillator once, boom, and then they want you to commence CPR. Okay. I guess things have changed. I've been out of this for a minute, but I'm just telling you what things were back in the day.
I'm telling him I'm not using shit with electricity. Hell no. I'll do CPR.
They're everywhere now. It's a big thing, but
I'm good. I don't like electricity, dude.
And you're supposed to check up for a pulse. You tip the head back. You see if there's any breath. You put your hand over their mouth to see if you feel it or hear it. Okay, and then you move forward with it. If you don't see or hear it, or the chest is not rising, that's another one.
Yeah, I watched too many of those ER shows, dude, where like they say clear and then they do it, and then like the user like shoots backwards and like, you know, their heart stops.
You don't want anybody else touching the body when that happens because it will give you a jolt.
That's why I just think it's kind of major to go right to, I don't know.
It's a bit much. I agree with it. Thank you, Eddie, for joining me today. It was a great show, as
Yeah,
always.
before I go, I just want you all to have a useful takeaway. I'm going to kind of give you 3 things about this 911 call that will summarize the purpose of it. And that being, the first one is it had to be done sooner or later. No matter what, it's not going to look good. And it was business that had to be done. Number 2, they all had to be blissfully ignorant to the events that occurred that evening. And lastly is they had to begin the lone perpetrator narrative.
Yeah.
Those are your takeaways. That's the purpose of the 911 call.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you, sir.
And thank you for having me up.
Have to go. See you, bro.
Buddy. Always.
Okay,
I'm
Will.
Hop down too, man.
All right, both of you guys. Thank
Have
you very
a
much
nice
for
evening,
joining us.
everybody.
All right, man. Thanks for having me up.
Yep. Absolutely.
You gentlemen have a good night.
I love you,
Alrighty.
Rach.
All right. See you guys.
Hope to see you tomorrow, Eddie. Take care, Willie.
Hey, chat.
And Angel, love you.
Well, he's got all his girlfriends in here. I see that. And Hemisphere, thank you very much for joining me, sir. I appreciate you very much. As always, everybody that's joined, I appreciate you all very much as well. It's a hell of a situation. I'll just put it that way. The whole thing is a mess. So
it is terrible. It's terrible.
But yeah, thank you for joining again. I appreciate you and your input. Absolutely. Also, I wanted to thank where did he go? Outcast. Thank you for sending this direction for us to be able to hear that. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate the work you did on it as well. And thank you, Jeff, for your version of it as well. Thank you very much for that. Everybody else in here, guys, thank you all so much for joining us. I appreciate you all very much. Once again, this is a very interesting conversation. Thank you, Wade. I appreciate that. And everybody else that was here, very much appreciate it, guys. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. And I will see everybody in the morning for sure. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change anything. You guys are the beautiful people, and I promise you all, I'll see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
It was on the screen, typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for our lives. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Hear the truth he